Flesh on my tongue, iron in my lungs, blood on the snow, name on their shields, night in my veins, storm in my ears, wolves trace our steps, God's count our kills. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. Frost on the oars, breathe like white smoke. Eyes on the shore, fire in the dark. Oath on my tongue, salt on my clothes. If this is the end, let it leave a mark. You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If I fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla. If I do not see the morning, carry my name in your mouth. Raise up the horn, pour the glory, let my children hear the shout. Hey! You are waiting for Valhalla, I can hear it in your roar. Hey! Every scar a burning banner, every heartbeat keeps the door. You are waiting for Valhalla as the crows begin to call. If we fall in thunder. You are waiting for Valhalla.
Welcome. We're back for another Tuesday night weekly current events, politics, whatever we want to call it. We're going to find out what's going on in the world this week. It turns out a lot, of course, as you see the headline, what we're going to start with tonight. A lot of new disgusting stuff coming out about the Big E files. They just won't go away. We have a victim, one of the more notorious victims in the case, coming out saying that she has tapes of Donald Trump that are going to ruin his life. So there's that. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene coming forward and talking about what Donald Trump said to her when she told him she was going to push to release the Big E files. Absolutely horrifically disgusting. Shocker. We're going to talk a little bit about what's going on with the war. We're going to talk about the economy, of course. We're going to talk about Donald Trump. A lot going on with Donald Trump this week. Again, hard to keep track, but we're going to talk about all that. What else we got? We got a new section of the show. It's going to be the independent part of the show, where it's just good takes from independents. That's a new addition to the show. We'll cover the left, the right, and of course, you know what we'll end with. So, going to be a good one. Probably going to be a little bit longer show tonight. There's a lot going on, but that's okay. How's everybody doing tonight? Again, No new studio. Here's the deal, guys. The studio is done. I'm waiting on one thing, and it's the most important part of the studio, and that is the brand new backdrop that arrives Friday. Okay, I don't want to launch the studio without it being completely done, but other than that, so Friday, our full backdrop arrives, and then we should be good for the Friday night live. Okay, so this should be the last one in the old studio. Then we'll have Munchkin back. We'll have it all going on. All right, so looking forward to it. Where's everybody tuning in from tonight? Where's everybody ever tuning in from tonight? We love to stick. There we go. We're already on it. We're already on it, guys. Ohio. We're going to talk about Ohio tonight, actually. Didn't you vote for him 3 times? No. You can check my voting record. I have never once voted for Donald Trump. Very, very proud of the fact, in hindsight, in 2026, that no, I never voted for Donald Trump. I have not voted for Donald Trump ever. Nope. So that's a great thing to be able to say at this point. Tel Aviv, Israel. Hell yeah. Let's get some flag. Tim Kennedy tuning in from Iran. Thanks, TK. We know you're there saving us all, winning the war by yourself, of course. Ooh, okay. We know there's been a lot of drama there this year, huh? Illinois is making sure to let us know. Not Chicago. I feel that, brother. Reno, Nevada. That's a good one. Another Chicago. Interesting. All right. What do we else? Ohio, NYC, Phoenix. We got any crazy ones? Norway. All right. Scandinavian brother in the chat. Love to see it. Northeast Texas. Honduras. Wow. Abu Dhabi. We do have quite a few Middle Eastern viewers on the show. Very cool. Very cool. You know, we welcome you guys from everywhere around the world on this show, of course. Even from our greatest ally, huh? I don't think they're tuning in, but if they did, you're more than welcome. Okay. Looks pretty good. Show the tapes then. I call BS. Okay. Well, you know, the guy literally is in the files 38,000 times, and he's got about 28 different allegations of him R-ing underage girls in the files themselves. But yeah, I know it's a crazy idea to think that there may be tapes of, you know, the guy who's literally in the files 50 times more than everybody else. Yeah, I'm sure. But again, we don't know. But we're going to look at the story coming out of or coming from the victim, and then we're going to talk about story with Marjorie Taylor Greene is pretty rough too. All right, so I want to kick the show off. Donald Trump actually attended the Met Gala this year, which was incredibly bizarre. I don't know if you guys saw this. Most of you guys probably don't watch the Met Gala. I don't usually either. But he did attend the Met Gala, and he was slaying. I got to be honest with you guys. He was looking good in his Big E Island outfit here. I mean, props to him for deciding to show up to this thing. So let's check that out to kick the show off. There he is. Surprise appearance. Looking good. All right, so he's got a lot going on, but I do appreciate the outfit that he decided to show up to the Met Gala in. Definitely kicks off the topic of the show pretty well, right? Pretty well. So Donald Trump looking good at the Met Gala. All right, let's kick it off. Okay, Keith Edwards actually did a big expose on this, so that's where we're going to start with, and then we'll move into some other reporting coming out of this. But let's kick it off. Let's jump straight into it. Yes, breaking Epstein victim. I'm sure you guys are familiar with her. She's been one of the main victims that has been coming forward about this stuff. Says she has tapes of Donald Trump doing things that will force him to resign from the presidency. Let's check it out. And I got to make sure I stop by 7:10 because I literally cannot show you what the allegations say on YouTube, or I will immediately have this live stream pulled down. It's that fucking gross. Okay. So anyway, let's take a look at the reporting.
Epstein victim says she has tapes of Donald Trump doing things that will force him to resign from the presidency. Jeffrey Epstein kept blackmail videos that showed Donald Trump having with many girls supplied by him, according to the latest bombshell claims in newly unsealed court documents. In the latest dump of papers made public last year are emails sent by Epstein victim Sarah Ransom to columnist Maureen Callahan in 2016. At the time, Callahan worked for the New York Post and was reporting on Epstein. Ransom claimed in those emails that Trump had sex with many girls, including a friend of hers, who is not named, who she says also slept with Bill Clinton and Virgin.
Bill Clinton just happens to be right there next to Trump in all of this. Isn't that interesting how those two are just the main two in the files? Crazy, huh?
Billionaire Richard Branson. In 2016 email, Epstein victim Sarah Ransom told Maureen Callahan that her friend had sex with Trump, Clinton, and Richard Branson. She claimed Epstein took videos of the encounters, that she had seen the footage. And here's actual evidence from that email saying here, when my friend had with Clinton, Prince Andrew, and Richard Branson's tapes were in fact filmed on each separate.
Somebody just said, why bring it up now? Probably because they finally feel safe enough with all the expose on this that they're not going to get immediately fucking suicided, is probably why these women finally are having a little bit of bravery to come forward, because they're going up against literally the most powerful people in the fucking world. So yeah, I could see a little bit of hesitancy to want to come out about this 5 years ago.
Occasion by Jeffrey. Thank God she managed to get a hold of some footage of the film tapes, which clearly identify the faces of Clinton, Prince Andrew, and Branson having course with her. Frustratingly enough, Epstein was not seen in any of the.
Keep in mind, these are old reports, and it's the what? It's the three that we always see: Clinton, Trump, Prince Andrew, right?
Footage, but he was clever like that. Now, Ransom also claimed that Trump did this stuff.
All right, that's where we're gonna stop. Keith's got the bravery to put this on his YouTube channel. You guys can take a look. We're not going to leave it up there. The reporting is up there for you guys to go see. If you want to go take a look at Keith's video, you can. I'm not going to put it on my YouTube channel for this live stream because it's that fucking gross listening to the allegations of what Trump did to this woman. Anyway, disgusting, right? Disgusting. But then when we actually hear Marjorie Taylor Greene came out this week, and she has told everybody what Donald Trump said to her after she made the decision that she was going forward to support the release of the e-files. And wow, you guys, if you haven't seen this, we're all gonna learn what a real piece of shit this guy actually is. And I trust that she's telling the truth. I don't see why she would make this up. She also says she has the text messages she's willing to release to show everybody. So brace yourselves, because this is rough to listen to. Here we go.
I got no response from Susie Wiles.
She's talking about all the people that she reached out to when she was initially trying to get the files released, when she talks about this.
None. And she's a mother and a grandmother and a woman. I got no response from James Blair because he only cares about making money on campaigns. I did hear from Kash Patel. He said on it, but I haven't heard from him since. I don't know what he's on.
Well, Kash Patel joke right there.
Yeah. JD Vance was very nice to me, compassionate and kind, and reassured me that he would do everything we could to find out what's going on.
And then didn't do anything, keep in mind, to find out what's going on. But I digress.
And then I heard back from Donald Trump.
Here we go.
And I've saved these text messages. I'd probably get put in jail if I released them publicly, but I saved them. Where Donald Trump proceeded to tell me that it was my fault.
Wow.
And that I deserve it. If my son gets killed, I deserve it.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and said that her son was getting death threats based off of her forcing the release of the Epstein files. When she talked to Donald Trump about this, as you see there, Donald Trump said that it would be her fault and he would deserve it if he was killed for this, by the way, her son.
Because I was a traitor to him. That is our president of the United States. That's the man that says MAGA is whatever he wants it to be. I sent him to all these people. I got no response from Susie Wiles.
So, why would she lie about that? She's probably going to have to be forced to, come forward and show the text and prove it, which I'm sure she can. But think about that. She was told she started getting death threats to her family and her kids for supporting the release of the pedophile ring files. And when she talked to Donald Trump about it, what did Trump say? You'll be at fault, Marjorie. And he deserves it to be killed for what you did. But what did she do? She supported trying to get justice for the victims of a massive international child trafficking ring. That's all she did. And she deserves to have her fucking kids killed, according to the president of the United States. Do you think that guy is fucking innocent? Think about this. Think about this. We know he's done everything in his power to try to block the release of these files, right? We've seen it. We all know that. You think he's fucking innocent when he's saying shit like that to the people who supported this? I hope your kids get killed for this. This is the most guilty motherfucker on the planet. You don't trust her? Who said I don't trust her? Yeah, that's because you're probably a chomo, dude. You're probably a pedophile. The only people who support this shit are chomos. So don't come in here bragging about how you probably diddle kids, dude. It's gross. Nobody wants to hear about that. And we should probably get the FBI on you. All right? She's not going to say that if she can't replicate the text. And you notice Donald Trump didn't come out and deny it, which he would have immediately. Right? So let's keep moving on this one. The story's rough. So she says yesterday, MAGA should never be told that a convicted P-word and his circle of elite friends are in girls when they are 14 to 16 years old is a Democrat hoax. And I still can't believe I had to fight President Trump to release the Epstein files. And we know she had to. We all saw it. They shut down the goddamn government for what, 50 days to try to stop this. Remember that? And to this day, no one has been arrested or held accountable. True. But who has been arrested? James Comey for putting seashells in the sand. A random army dude for betting on himself for the Maduro raid. They've been arrested. And this is the most true shit in the world right here. She said, this is what killed MAGA. And I 100% agree. There's a lot of things a lot of people didn't agree with on Trump. This was the nail in the coffin. She says, I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. I love this one. I have Trump disappointment syndrome. And this is just kind of the same thing everybody's feeling, right? Yeah, this one right here. It says the moment my support changed for Trump was when he said, if you still care about the Epstein files, then I don't want your support anymore. Say less. That was the nail in the coffin for me too, guys. I mean, obviously I didn't vote for the dude. I didn't really support the dude, but I was willing to give him a chance because I'm willing to give every new president a chance. I was willing to give Biden a chance, Obama a chance, Trump 1 a chance, Trump 2 a chance. And then the second, well, there was two things, right? The first of it was us bombing Iran in June. You guys know that. Those of you that have followed the channel, you guys have been along for the journey. And then we all know the moment he said that was the nah dog for most of us that aren't just deranged sycophants that are willing to, defend an international child sex trafficking ring because our politicians are involved in it, right? We're like the psychotic tribalism of that. Most of us moved on from that. Yeah, I did get a fresh fade, got a haircut and beard cut tonight. Thank you for that. Thank you. But yeah, of course, right? That's the vast majority of conservatives that may have supported Trump or at least was giving him a chance. That was the moment we went, we're out. You know what I mean? I'm dense. We're talking about defending a child sex trafficking ring, and you're calling me dense? Again, this is a chomo in the chat, right? Like these, I don't know why they come in here to try to defend pedophilia. Like that's going to be a good take. Like anybody is ever going to be like, yeah, I agree with you. Let's protect the pedos. No, dude. This is like the easiest thing in the world. This was the easiest litmus test for Americans and American men, especially in the world, right? In the history of America, this was the easiest litmus test. When you found out that the president of the United States was covering up an international child sex trafficking ring, did you no longer support him, or did you use mental gymnastics, deny it, and try to support him still? That's the break point. And it was the easiest test in the world. To fail that test as a man is wild, right? The Tatums, the Shapiros, the Graham Allens, all of these cucks, right? That was the litmus test. Raping kids. Do you support that or not? They all went, yep, I do. And we all went, nope, we don't. Right? Left, right, and center for us. Right? Far leftists, white nationalists. We all went, nope. We're over here now. Right? and we've all seen it. It's rough to watch. Like the downfall, I don't know how anybody supports it, right? I mean, I get why a lot of evangelicals do, because, well, we're gonna see how many of Trump's friends have been popped for this recently. That's going to be a little bit later in the show. But again, just the easiest litmus test in the world for men in America. And you fucking, not you guys in the chat, not us here, but so many people failed it and are still failing it. Okay, I want to talk about, we usually cover the war and what's going on with the war in the second part of the show, but I want to do is I want to get some takes from veterans about veterans who don't support the war and why they don't support the war. Because what you guys have probably noticed is when it comes to veterans, there's still a ton of veterans who are super anti-Islam, who are pro-war in Iran. They want to wipe Iran off the face of the map. And there's some really good clips here of explaining about why. Slow mode is turned on. It's 5 second slow mode. Just got a lot of people in here tonight. We kicked off. Yeah, we just started the show and we're already way up there. Okay, so let's take a look at yeah, there's a lot of us, right? I would say probably 70, 50, I don't know about veterans, right? But I would say at least 50% or more of veterans support this war. And there's some really good takes as to why, coming from guys who don't support the war. So it's not just me. It's going to be guys that you probably respect or know, and I do. And getting some of these takes is really good to understand this, all right? So let's kick this off in understanding where is this sort of support from the war coming from? And I've had my back and forth with Clay Martin before, but I think he's a solid fucking guy. And he's got a great take here.
Said, you think it's like 70% of the guys are just diehard. Yeah, let's go kick some ass. Let's go to war. There's 30% of us that are like,
Yep.
No.
Yeah, that would be roughly my take from like
That's us, right? That's our demographic here.
our retired guy generation.
Yeah.
It just feels to me like a lot of our guys have not gotten to the questioning phase. And part of that can be like, hurt so bad from, it's very hard to invest 20 years of your life and all this blood and sweat and tears and then see that like, maybe that wasn't what we thought it was, or maybe that was not worth it. Even when you see the fall of Afghanistan, though, it can be like, I'm just not going to deal with that. And I'm going to remember the good times, and I'm going to put on my funny hat and face outboard and, be that guy.
Still the blind support.
Yes.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, and I do see that as about 70-30.
Clay's.
So Clay's got a really good point here where he discusses, and I feel it all the time, guys. And I went through this too, and I'm honest up front with you guys, right? I used to be the brainwashed, active duty soldier that was downrange, right? Hated Islam, hated Muslims, because that's what my country told me I was supposed to do. And it wasn't. And like Clay said there, until you get to the questioning phase of, wait a second, what was I doing in Afghanistan? What was I doing in Iraq, Syria, etc.? And you start to, again, think about things. And he made a great point there. So many of us dedicated the majority of our adult lives to this war, the global war on terror, fighting radical Islam, fighting Islam extremism. How many of our friends got killed? How many of my teammates took their own lives afterwards? And it's really difficult to then say, wow, it was all for fucking nothing. It was all for the military industrial complex and bankers and a corrupt government. It's really hard for all of us who went and fought that war, all the trauma that comes with it, right? Our dead friends and teammates. It's really hard to look at that and then go, wow, I got lied to. Wow, what I did was probably not a good thing, right? It's human beings can't deal with that very well. And so, sunken cost fallacy is a great term for this, right? We invested so much of our adult lives into this to find out it was a facade. And so many guys and my buddies and people we know, content creators you see they haven't been able to let go. They haven't been able to let go of that hate, right? For the enemy. And just go, you know what? Maybe these people weren't my enemy after all, right? And it's tough. It's a hard thing to do, right? But you're going to see more and more of this from, again, veterans who have woken up to this. Here's Sean Ryan on the exact same thing here.
I fought for because I think those were a lie. I know damn well Iraq was a fucking lie. That was a ploy to get KPR into fucking Iraq because Dick Cheney. Did we find WMDs? Fuck no. That war was bullshit, and everybody fucking knows it.
And the reality is that we've never held people accountable in this country, right? Where was the accountability for the people who lied us into war in Iraq, which led to thousands of Americans dying? Where was the
George Bush is, you know, as much as I liked him at the time, and I still don't dislike George Bush, but I mean, looking back on it, he face any accountability for this? Nope. None. Nobody did.
accountability for the bankers who crashed the entire economy
There you go.
after the Great Recession in Wall Street? No accountability. Where is the accountability in this country? And now people are saying, okay, you got these elite who are raping young girls or showing up while young girls are being raped and not saying anything. And we just want to move on.
Yep.
Hell no. I mean, we will not restore democratic trust in this country if we don't have accountability for some of these people who committed these crimes. That's
perfect. Perfect, right? Perfectly said. Next one's a little bit emotional, but it ties into the brainwashing that we go through, and you have to go through it when you're going to go to war, right? You have to truly believe the person on the other side of that fence is your enemy. Because if you don't believe that in your heart, it's really hard to go down range and do the fighting, right? And so here's another example of this. This one's a little bit emotional, but a lot of veterans are going to feel this one as well.
Evil.
Chris served in Afghanistan in 2008. He says that becoming immersed in the culture of the American military had a huge effect on his character, especially the way he saw potential enemies.
Yep.
When I first joined the Army, they were preparing us for the enemy we were going to face.
Mm-hmm.
So when we got into the military, the desensitization of like racism, hate, and extremism happened immediately.
Yep.
Mounting losses, including the death of his best friend, took a psychological toll on him.
It makes you angry. It affected me. You come home and you're so f***ed up, you need somebody to blame.
True.
You got to have somebody to blame because it just doesn't make sense if you don't have somebody to blame.
Chris says he left the army with a hatred for Muslims.
Yep.
After spiraling into drink and drugs, he was radicalized by white supremacists. In 2015, the BBC aired this documentary filmed with the KKK, and it featured Chris, who had become a member.
You're a white supremacist? Yeah, absolutely. I believe so. Yeah, I believe we're God's chosen people.
Since this interview was filmed, Chris says he's changed his views drastically.
You show me a kid that's pissed off, and I'll make you an extremist out of him, right? I just need to know what he's pissed off about.
Concerns about it.
So, I mean, that's way more of us than you guys realize. Way more of us than you guys realize. I came home with it, too, right? I'm not any different than everybody else was. You know, this is a boomer channel. We are the polar opposite of Fox News boomer channel, buddy. Wrong channel, homie. You're just a MAGA cuck. Wrong channel for you, homie. But yeah, I mean, there's so many of us that come home with that. And there's just a ton of veterans that have not, as he said there, he had a great, what he said when he said, you come home, you need somebody to blame for what you did. Right? It's very difficult. And I've taken lives downrange, guys, me personally. Right. And I'll be forthright with you. Obviously, if you know my awards, it's obvious that that's happened. There's a reason why I never talk about it. You almost never see me talk about this on the show. Is I'm not proud of it. Right. It was done out of self-defense. You're in war and combat. But, you know, it's one of those things like, am I proud of that? When I'm at home now, looking back on it and hanging out with my wife and kids and I start to think about those things, am I proud of that? No, absolutely not. right? At the time, I thought I was doing the right thing. At the time, I was, right? I was defending myself and my teammates. War is what it is. Once you're downrange and you're in combat, nobody cares about ideologies or politics. It's all about staying alive at that point, right? But it's very, very difficult once you're out. It's a lot easier when you're active duty and you're still in the culture and you're still deploying and doing all these things. Once you're out, once you're a veteran, it's cry harder. Think about this. Bro, you've probably never left your fucking basement in your life. And I know that because you make the comment. You're just a little chud pussy at home. Never left mom and dad's basement. You could never, ever understand or empathize with combat veterans. Ever. The vast majority of combat veterans are going to tell you the same thing. We're watching high level. The people we just watched, right? Clay, Sean Ryan, these are high level special operators who are telling you the exact same thing, right? That's how I know someone like that's never served, never been to combat, never been to war. Is it's not good. It's ugly, right? A couple more takes, right? And I think this is there's some good ones here.
I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't trust nobody anymore. I don't trust our government. I don't trust the churches. I don't trust most businesses, especially big major corporations, the hedge funds. Everybody's full of shit. And we've been lied to for so long that I don't know what's real and what's fake anymore. Hell, I don't even know what I've been taught in school is even real anymore. I'm questioning that. I think what we've been taught in school has been a big narrative of bullshit of what they want us to know, not necessarily the truth. I think there's going to be a massive awakening coming soon. And I think it's going to be based off of what I call the trust economy. And nobody is going to trust anybody without verification anymore because everybody's waking up to the bullshit. I don't know how you guys feel. Post in the comments. Do you feel like there's a huge awakening happening in America?
Well, we know there is, right? We know there's a huge awakening going on in the country right now. Thank God, right? We're not all the way there by any means. We're at the starts. We're at the start of it. But there is definitely a huge, huge awakening. All right, next we're going to jump into the economy. Again, a little bit. We covered everything going on in the war in yesterday's video. So we're pretty much caught up. Okay, but I just wanted to show you guys that because I think a lot of non-veterans sometimes get confused when they look at the landscape and they're like, why is this Green Beret over here super anti-war and this Green Beret over here super pro-war? And it's hard for them to understand, why that may be. So I think that was, some really good takes on that. All right, before we do that, let's hit a couple super chats so we don't fall too far behind. Then we'll jump into the economy. We're going to kick it off with a little Tim Dillon a comedy, of course, as we getting into a depressing topic, which is unfortunately the economy right now. Let's do a couple of these first. Thoughts on Ryan McDeath always running cover for Trump? That dude's a turd. Ryan McDeath's a turd. God. I don't know. I'm definitely not watching his content. Get Trump out now. F the war. Let's fucking go. I agree with you, Grand Bear. 100%. Hello, Nate from Reisterstown, Maryland. Hell yeah. Thank you. Corey says, I hit the like button. I'm commenting. I'm helping the channel. I love the content, brother. Spitting hard facts. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. That does help the channel. All right. Trump in the files 3 times more than Jesus in the Bible. Frank, I believe it's a lot more than that. I actually looked this up on ChatGPT because Trump's in the half of the files. Keep in mind, we've only seen half of them or less than half of them, 38,000 times. I forget how many times Jesus' name came up in the Bible, but I believe, to your point, it's way, if I recall, it's way more than 3 times the amount Jesus' name is in the Bible. But you're not wrong. It is way, way more. Mama says, I did vote for the demon in office, but I was duped. Now it's about fasting, forgiveness, and retribution. You know what? There is a ton of us, not me, I didn't vote for him, but ton of our viewers here obviously are in the same boat, right? And not just our viewers. This is just America in general. But thank you, Mom. I appreciate it. Devil says these people need to make sure anything on analog VHS 8mm gets digitized immediately. Great point there. Yeah, 15 to 20 years of the analog tape starts to degrade and will be admissible and warpitized, digitized, and catalog. Hopefully they have. I would assume they have. Hopefully they got lawyers, right? I'm assuming that some of these women's have things in their back pocket for this, just in case. But again, scary. All right, last one, then we'll jump back into the show here. way past revolution time. If y'all still on the fence, you won't be here very soon. Find courage or don't. Still coming. Yeah, it's getting scary out here for sure. All right, let's jump into the economy. Oh boy, it's not going great, as you all know. You can see gas prices and food prices, but we'll kick it off with Tim Dillon. Right, Tim Dillon always sets the mood a little bit here for us. Lighten the mood, I guess I could say, in such a depressing topic right now.
You say to yourself, wow, what does the fourth largest economy in America look like? Like if I went to LA, I'm sorry, not America, the fourth largest economy in the world. What would that look like? If I went to the fourth largest economy in the world, you're expecting something. You're going, wow, I bet it's clean.
It's like Dubai.
I bet the people seem productive. I bet things run efficiently. It's the fourth largest economy in the world. I bet it's safe because there's enough money. I bet the standard of living's pretty high. They've taken care of the vulnerable members of their society. I'm sure there's not rampant crime. It's the fourth largest economy in the world. And if you went to because you say to yourself.
And turns out that if you go check a place like California with the fourth largest economy in the world, no, it's not very nice. No, it's not clean. No, none of those things are true. Isn't that bizarre that America, and guys, I can tell you this because I've been all over the world. I've lived in foreign countries, and I've lived in really nice foreign countries like Japan. I can tell you this. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense that America, as the richest country in the world, is, and I know this living here in Oregon, right? I just came from downtown Eugene getting my hair cut earlier today. Fucking trash, homeless people everywhere. Everything's disgusting and destroyed. The federal building has fences everywhere around it. We're the richest country in the world, and it's just trash everywhere. And that's all the states, by the way. Like, there's a couple really nice cities, Bellevue, Washington, some places you're going to find, but it's like this everywhere. And so you got to ask yourself, like, how is America, which is just 10 times richer than everyone, how is everything so shitty here? Right? Oh, it's maybe because we don't actually use any of our money on domestic policies. We use it on enriching corporations and spending trillions of dollars on foreign wars. That's kind of why we're the richest country in the world, but fucking everything sucks. Maybe if we invested a little bit of that money in our own, America first, it wouldn't look like that. But we also have this going on. I bet you guys probably saw this. This, for the first time since World War II, the U.S. national debt surpasses the size of the American economy for the first time. Yes, and you can go all the way back here, right? If we actually look at the numbers, there's post-World War II, gross federal debt held by public as a percentage of GDP. This is per capita, right? But as you can see now, this is the worst it's been since after the Second World War. It says here, the U.S. debt held by the public exceeded the size of the economy at the end of March, reaching 100.2% of GDP, according to data released by Thursday by the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Debt held by the public stood at $31.27 trillion on March 31st, while GDP over the past year was only $31.22 trillion. So that's not good. That's not good. Essentially, the country is about to go bankrupt in the private sector. Yeah. So again, those numbers are not looking good. Now, if you don't live in a farming community, which I do, and some of my buddies are farmers here, they are getting destroyed. Farmers are getting utterly destroyed. A lot of this is diesel prices. A lot of this is fertilizer prices, lack of access to fertilizer. So it says here, nobody's telling you how effed the farmers in America are right now. The agriculture secretary just confirmed it publicly. 1 in 4 American farmers has no fertilizer secured for spring. No fertilizer, no crops, no food. Farm bankruptcies are up nearly 50% last year. 160,000 farms closed since 2017. That's probably not good. 160,000 farms in the United States have closed. in the last 9 years. Not good. Less than half of all farmers will even turn a profit this year. Yeah, that's mainly because of diesel and fertilizer prices. They're not struggling. They're being wiped out. Yeah, this is very, very, very scary for all of us. Like, we see something like these. Are you new here? Are you lost? Are you lost, little boy? You better go find your mommy because you're at the wrong channel. Yes. Could you imagine how bad of an investment it would be from our greatest ally to be paying this guy? That would be the worst investment in fucking history. But yeah, our farmers are cooked, guys. And guess what? What does that mean? I don't know. At some point, there's going to be a famine, and we're not going to have enough fucking food to eat in this country. In this country, right? It's not good. But how is the economy going according to Trump? It's always a little bit different, right? Like everything we're looking at doesn't seem like it's going well. Well, let's see.
Tell you one thing, they got one good line of bullshit. That's one thing I'll say about it. They are so bad. They are so bad. It's true.
Affordability is bullshit. Yes, it's fake news, according to Donald Trump. The affordability crisis is fake news. Well, it's interesting. The American public doesn't seem to see it that way because the first time in a long time, and this is via Fox News polling. Fox News polling, by the way. This is Fox Boomer polling. Democrats are now polling ahead of Republicans on the economy, 52 to 48 on Fox News polling. Think about that. Think about that. Fox News viewers are saying they trust Democrats on the economy more than Republicans. Fox News viewers. That is pretty bad if you're Republicans, right? And, let's see where we started to where we came from when we were talking about gas prices, right? Where did we start with all this? What were we promised?
My plan will cut energy prices in half or more than that within 12 months of taking office.
Sounds good.
It will be an economic revival of our country like no one has ever seen before. Energy was what caused our problem initially. Energy is going to bring us back.
Wow.
That means we're going down and getting gasoline below $2 a gallon, bring down the price of everything from electricity rates to groceries, airfares, and housing costs.
Oh, man. The campaign trail really sounds a lot different than it does right now, doesn't it? Sub $2 a gallon gas within the first 12 months of Donald Trump. Yes. How is that going? Actually, well, nearly 80% of Americans blame Trump for gas prices. So, yes, it's not going well. Hold on. Let me make sure my thing's plugged. All right. And how are they doing? Well, gas prices nationally, the national average is now, I believe, close to $5 a gallon. It's far more than that here. We're nearing $6 a gallon here in Oregon. So, yeah, I'm not sure, but let's take a little trip down memory lane. What did Donald Trump say? In 2012, arrived in Palm Beach, drove by a gas station, $4.50 a gallon, results of a failed at Barack Obama leadership. Well, if $4.50 a gallon is failed leadership, it's far higher than that now. What does that mean? Are we just self-admitting we have a failed policy here? But don't worry. Scott Bessent said, oil prices will come down after the Iran war. Okay. When the fuck is that going to be? There's no end in sight. The war is still continuing to rage on. We saw that yesterday. Iran just attacked 3 different ships. Straits completely closed. Gas prices are continuing to hike. I just saw at the local Chevron, took a picture. I take a picture every time it goes up, and it's been doing this since the start of the war. We are at the highest levels I have ever seen. at my local gas station. I'm taking the picture at the exact same station every single time, not different stations. I believe we're up to $5.60 for regular, close to $7 a gallon for diesel. Right? My mouse is beeping at me. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear the beep, 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 beep? It's like my mouse isn't registering correctly. Anyway, I saw this picture from somebody as they filled up their filled up their Silverado in diesel. It says filled up the Silverado. Quite sick to my stomach at $7.39 a gallon, $240 to fill up his tank. Oh my God, dude. It's not great out here. What else we got going on in the economy? This is pretty good. Federal Reserve Chair Powell says there's effectively zero net job creation in the private sector.
I think a good number of people on the committee are concerned about is just the very, very low level of job creation. If you adjust what has been the trend job creation over the past, let's say 6 months, if you adjust that for what we think, our staff thinks, is the overstatement due to overcounting, effectively there's zero net job creation in the private sector.
In the private sector, zero net job creation in the last 6 months in the private sector. Again, none of these things are great, but at least, guys, how do grocery prices feel to you guys? We bought groceries the other day, and it was unreal how expensive they are. Again, I was looking at a bottle of Diet Coke, $4. How's grocery prices feel to you guys? Feel good? Feel high? Well, they're not. They're actually way, way, way down since Biden. You guys didn't know that. It's true. And I'll prove it to you. Here's Donald Trump. Said it himself.
Grocery prices are way down. Used car prices are way down. Look at eggs. Eggs are down by 4, even 5 times. Remember when I took over, eggs were so high? Grocery prices are way down.
There you go. Did you guys know that? Grocery prices are way down. What are you guys complaining about? He said it himself there. They're way down. How disconnected from reality these people are, huh? Grocery prices are way down. Grocery prices are insane compared to 2 years ago. But again. But is America buying it? Is America buying these stories? Well, let's see Donald Trump's favorite polling, CNN polling. He loves it. 100% of MAGA supports Donald Trump via CNN polls. Remember that? Donald Trump said CNN has the best polls. Let's see what CNN's polls on inflation, how they're doing, how Trump's doing on that.
The President of the United States is hitting all-time record lows in all of these polls, and all of them. NBC came out yesterday, 36 points underwater. CBS came out a few weeks ago, 38 points underwater. Ipsos, Reuters, 43 points underwater. CNN came out earlier this month, 45 points underwater. And taking the cake is UMass Amherst, 47 points underwater across all of these polls. Trump is in his worst position ever on the issue that the American people say over and over and over again is their key number one issue.
I mean, again, talk about delusional. It's obviously not working for the people of the United States, right? They're not buying it. But who is the economy working well for, guys? Who is it working well for? Because it is working quite well for a certain demographic of people. Well, it turns out it's been working phenomenally for the president. Let's take a look. Oh, look at this. Trump's net worth just hit an all-time high yesterday. $6.5 billion. That's nearly triple the $2.3 billion he was worth before being elected in his second term. He's 3x'd his net worth in a year. While we can't afford fucking gas and groceries. So it's going well for him. Because almost all the gain came from crypto, his meme coins, his insider trading. So it's actually going amazingly for Donald Trump. He is absolutely crushing it. So I can understand why he says, hey, what's the problem? What's the problem, guys? I'm doing great. That's what Trump's saying. I'm doing great. I 3x'd my net worth. I wish I could 3x my net worth in a year. Are you kidding me? No, I don't. Anybody in here, even 2xing, doubling your net worth in a year would be insane. That would be insane. Who's like, you want a poll? Let's do who's 3x'd their net worth this year. How about that poll? I haven't. I'm not even fucking close. I don't know about you guys. Maybe you guys have. It ain't working that way for me. I don't know about you guys. It's working that way for Trump. All right, let's hit some super chats. Next part, we're going to jump into Trump specifically, as we just hit the economy. All right, a couple super chats, and then we'll jump back into it while you guys hit those polls. All right. You should have a long form interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I would love to. I would love to have Marjorie on the channel. I should probably reach out to her. That would be a good one to have on. I'll think about it. I'll do that. Should be great to talk to. Nate, everything is rising by 5x its value. Yeah, and Kenneth is part of the freight community, right? So he knows, and we talk about it a lot on the channel. It says everything's rising by 5x its value in certain states. I sent you a DM on Instagram talking to you about the trucking industry. I'll look for it, bro. Send me another one so it repopulates. I get hundreds of messages a day to my inbox, so I try to keep up with them, but I'll look for it when I get done tonight. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Appreciate your insight into what's going on with the freight too. Notice the blue stripes on Trump's outfit. Looks like blue stripes. Yeah, well, it's the Epstein building. It's actually AI, but it is what it is. Thank you, Julian. Appreciate you. We needed zero proof for MJ, for OJ, but now we're denying proof that it exists in favor of the elites. Get me out of this universe. Yeah, I agree with you. All right, a couple more. Let's jump back into it. Coffee PH Lover says Trump dentist. Epstein Island had a dentist room. Yep, where they were taking the teeth out of little children so they wouldn't bite, by the way. If you didn't know that, that's in the files. Absolutely disgusting. Masks on the wall, in my opinion. He was reviewing the list of the recent sting operation in South Florida. Interesting. That whole story is gross. Let's support the PDFs. Granberry says, no, I'm sorry. This is not our greatest ally. That's not what we do here. Sorry about that. All right. Chris says, I don't think we should use a wood chipper, but wait, I'll explain. Potato peeler. That's a rough way to go. Oh, we got to talk about JD. Our boy JD. Well, let's see if I can. Looks like I can pull this up. We forgot to talk about that. I'll show you guys this if you haven't seen it on my Instagram already. A lot of you probably have. So, where's JD Delay? You guys may have noticed he's put out no content for the last week. All right. Probably won't be for another week. Well, here's JD. Our brother JD says, local reporting out of Florida. Florida man arrested for violently assaulting convicted registered sex offenders with a double-sided D word. Suspect allegedly targeted multiple officers in a bizarre attack. And there's JD here. Booking of the suspect released by the Broward County Sheriff's Office. So, what a legend. What a legend. But our boy JD, free our boy. He did nothing wrong, in my opinion. He did nothing wrong, right? That's the way I feel about it. He'll be back in a week. He'll be back a week from now. So hang on, guys. Hang on. JD will be back in about a week. Okay. All right. He will be back. He's going to be gone for another week, but then he'll be back. But I want to keep you guys updated. Okay. Now, where were we at? Oh, I think we were going to jump back in, right? We're going to jump back into it. Okay. I wanted to show you guys this. I love a good video like this. This is Trump as Vanilla Ice, a rap masterpiece. Taking Ice Ice Baby Back. Fake Your Own Hit is the song. So again, we love to kick off every section with a little bit of fun and comedy. Let's take a look.
All right, stop. Forget the polls and listen. Donnie's back with an ancient invention. Do this. If you need public support, just fake your own hit and treat it as a sport. Was it ever real, yo? Hell no. But people like to root for the underdog. So if you need a problem, yo, just fake it. Create a spectacle and let the lefties take it. Now that the psyop is pumping, Everyone's hype and reporters are jumping. Use that diversion as fuel. Put a band-aid on it. Everything's cool. If they start asking about your year,
just feel it like me for the past 30 years.
A good assassination will never fail, so you can run the master plans of the Israelis. And when you mess up a big dirty war, just say, look, we won like you did before. If you need a problem, just fake it. Just make it look real and let the lefties take it.
Okay. All right, that's enough. That's enough. All right, that's almost as good as the Lego ones. Okay, now let's talk about this. How is Trump doing overall? So, polling numbers, what does it look like? Trump approval slips to the record low of current term. Yes, the result matches the second lowest level recorded during his first term. The lowest was 33% in December of 2017. Approval of his handling of the economy fell to 27%, and views on the cost of living dropped to 22%. Yeah, not going well. Not going well for our boy. Now, you would think, right, when you're doing this bad in the polls and the entire country hates your guts, maybe you should get focused on improving the country. But what is Trump focused on? Well, let me show you. This is what's going on. This is what Congress and Republicans are actually focused on. You're going to think this is fake news. It's not. This is literally real. Okay, we talked about this before. Let's look at all the things he's doing. Okay, so we got right here, attention all patriots, America is back. And so is the $1 coin. So yes, Donald Trump looking to have himself put on the new $1 coin for the 250th birthday to the United States. Congratulations to him on that. What else? Passports. Yes, if you guys didn't know this, these are not satire. This is not AI. This is actually real. Trump administration will roll out passports with Donald Trump's face. Yes, the Donald Trump passports. So again, really focused on things that are important. All right, we also have this, the America the Beautiful, the National Parks and Recreational Land Pass, sponsored by Donald Trump. And what does that mean? Oh, he's going to try to put himself on Mount Rushmore, by the way. We'll look at that in a second. All right, you have the president's edition of the Holy Bible. Yes, Trump Bibles, of course. We've seen that. That's a good focus. A massive Trump banner displayed at the Department of Justice headquarters, which is supposed to literally be a nonpartisan organization. So that's probably not a good thing. You probably don't want to put the POTUS on that building since it's not supposed to be a political organization. But hey, there's that. So while the economy is torched, we can't find a way out of Iran, and gas prices are, $5, $6, $7 a gallon. At least Trump is focused on what's important, and that's putting his name on a bunch of shit. All right. Oh, this fucking mouse is being wonky today, guys. Okay. But don't worry. Donald Trump just said this as of about 4 hours ago. Trump said, Iran should wave the white flag of surrender. Yeah, there you go. Iran should just give up. We are, 10, 11 weeks into the war, and we're just begging now. He's also crashing out on Twitter. Or, excuse me, Truth Social. Sorry. This one was a couple days ago. So here we go. He says, so ironic that crying Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are hiring. And also, it's important to listen to the language here, right? Because what do Republicans keep saying? That Democrats are the party of political violence, the rhetoric. And then here's Trump. Democrats are hiring sleazebags like Barack Hussein Obama's crooked attorney general Eric Holder and others of that ilk to look into voter integrity when the same group of human garbage rigged the 2020 election. Get through Republicans. They're coming, and they're coming fast. It says here, these are highly dishonest people who are in many ways treasonous, and that they are trying to destabilize the United States. These are really politically violent terms and rhetoric, but it's only Democrats that do that. It's not Donald Trump, right? It's not Donald Trump. Now, again, I think it's bad all the way across, but to pretend like Trump's not the worst about all this. Well, what else we got? This one is super bizarre. I thought this was AI when I first saw it. This was yesterday. And no, it's not AI. This is at Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump decided to have a bunch of 15-year-old girls come and perform a dance for him at Mar-a-Lago. Let's take a watch. So here's the thing, guys. Maybe think about if you're Trump's PR team, right? I'm not sure who it is. Susie Wiles. I'm not sure who it is at this point. Maybe, and hear me out. Just maybe. If you are, embroiled in a really big controversy where everybody thinks that you're a pedophile, maybe don't have a bunch of 15-year-old girls come and perform a sexualized dance in front of you and then put it on camera and release it to everyone. I'm just saying from strictly a PR standpoint, how anybody didn't look at that and go, hey, Mr. President, check this out. Like, hey, let's maybe not have a bunch of 15-year-old girls dance in front of you while the whole Epstein thing is going on. Like, it's a bad idea. But no, they said, nope, send it, dude. Send it. Let's have a bunch of 15-year-old teenage girls show up and dance sexually for the president. That's a good idea. That's gonna look great. Here's more. Here's here's Donald Trump. So here's the Queen shaping. This is the Trump administration, by the way. This is Trump's own guys, mind you. The Queen is walking forward, shaking hands. Watch what Donald Trump does here. That's his own cabinet. That's his own cabinet sitting there. There's Howard Lutnick there, right? This is his own cabinet. And he just cuts right in front of the Queen and just starts shaking his own cabinet's hand as she's trying to say hi to these people. It's like, what are you doing? You see those people all day, every day. But he just can't, right? He can't help himself. He's got to get in front. It's all about Trump. And you know how it's all about Trump? Let me show you this. Look at this. This is crazy when you actually start to look at it. Number of self-branded programs, initiatives, or buildings by presidents. Since Carter, this is naming a building after yourself, naming a program after yourself, etc. Now, you doing this by executive action. You have Obamacare, but Obama didn't name it Obamacare, right? Congress did that. I'm saying executive action. Jimmy Carter, 0. Reagan, 0. Bush, 0. Clinton, 0. Bush, W. Bush, 0. Obama, 0. Joe Biden, 0. Donald Trump, 10. And it says here, we all knew the kid growing up who wanted to be the popular more than anything. This is really the megalomania of a 10-year-old. Yes. Passports, ballrooms, arches. This guy, it's all about this guy, right? And here's another one. This came out. Everybody's making fun of him from this out of TMZ. Donald Trump won't wear a bulletproof vest because he doesn't want to appear fat. Well, I've got some bad news, Mr. President. The bulletproof vest ain't gonna fucking matter because you're morbidly obese and you look fat as shit, with or without it. So I would just say maybe throw it on. Although you really don't need it when the attempts are staged, right? I'm just saying, you really don't need the bulletproof vest when there are fake assassination attempts. Anyway, I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying, questioning things like Charlie Kirk did. And then Donald Trump posted this in his late night dementia-ridden True Social Rants. Posted himself as if he's going to be put on Mount Rushmore. So there we go. He also had this very, very bizarre clip that I want you guys to see. I don't know what's going on here. Donald Trump, the combat veteran, tons of Purple Hearts and wounds from all these things. Let me know if you guys know what the hell he's talking about here.
And I have the wounds all over my body. If I took this shirt off, you'd see a beautiful, beautiful person. But you'd see wounds all over me. I've taken a lot of wounds, I can tell you. More than I suspect any president ever.
More than Lincoln, JFK, Andrew Jackson, Reagan. What is he talking about? What wounds is he talking about? Why are there wounds all over his body? He never served, never been to war and combat. What are these wounds? You guys know? Anybody got a good idea about why he would have wounds all over his body? Again, there's literally been presidents killed, but this guy, he's got more wounds than everybody, I guess. Let's talk a little bit about the ballroom. I thought this was a great point. I saw somebody post this. And that is the fact when you see these mega mansions, right? Mega mansions. This is a $10 million mansion, way bigger than the ballroom, right? Way bigger than the ballroom. $10 million. Great question here. Why do you need $400 million for this? And now they've upped it to $1 billion. Congress just put forward a budget for it. $1 billion ballroom. If the ballroom probably costs about maybe $5 million to build, what is the other $995 million for? Is it for this secret Palantir underground bunker? Because it ain't for the fucking ballroom, because the ballroom ain't going to cost you that much money. So I'm a little bit confused at why we need $1 billion in taxpayer money to go to a ballroom that's going to cost $5 million to build. Right? What else we got going on? We got heavy focus, right? James Comey, who's been indicted. We all know why, right? He posted a picture of seashells in the sand, 8647. Right now, apparently, they're calling it the flimsiest federal indictment anyone has ever seen. Even Trump allies privately call it embarrassing. One very prominent Trump former DOJ official says it's depressing. Yeah, what are you going to get this guy for? And this isn't about me being a fan of James Comey. I don't care anything about James Comey. We've been working on an indictment, according to Kash Patel, for 11 months on that picture. 11 months of FBI work on that picture of seashells. Has anybody ever... for me, I don't know about you guys. I worked in the bar and restaurant nightclub scene before I joined the military. 86 just meant to ban somebody from your establishment, right? You kicked them out and you banned them. I've never heard the mafia term for this. I have no idea how they think that they're going to charge him with anything. They're not going to be able to, right? Like nothing's going to happen to James Comey. This is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen. Have you guys heard of that? This 86 somehow means to try to take someone's life. When did that become a thing? Because I'm pretty sure the rest of us are all completely normal of hearing like 86 means kicked out of an establishment. But maybe it's, I don't know. Again, maybe it's one that we just haven't heard before. But somebody else actually was posting pictures of seashells in the sand, and it actually was Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham. Is anything going to happen to him? Lindsey Graham standing here with a picture that says 6947. Anything going to happen to Lindsey about this? He's sexually threatening the president with a good time. No, I haven't seen any indictment on Lindsey Graham for this picture. He's out here threatening to 69 the president. How come there's no outrage for this? You know what I mean? I don't know, guys. Let's get a take from Shane Gillis and Joe Rogan on this. Let's see. Oh, here we go. We're up.
That whole Epstein thing is so crazy. No one's gone to jail for that.
It's pretty surprising that they're still not releasing it.
Here's what's crazy. No arrests. No one's like being brought in. Meanwhile, Comey is getting arrested for a photo of seashells that say 8647.
He's getting arrested for that?
Yeah.
What's
he's getting charged.
What's 8647?
86, get rid of.
Nobody even knows what it is.
47.
But you could say kill. But 86 is, if you get fired, what happened to Mike? He got 86th.
Right.
It doesn't mean you got killed. But this is a crazy thing to arrest someone for.
Of course.
FBI arrested in Virginia. Appears briefly in court.
Well, think about that. They arrested James Comey for a picture of seashells before a single person has been arrested in the Big files. And they can't figure out why everybody hates their guts. Oh, we talked about this one earlier. Tatum's friend and Donald Trump's buddy. Well, this is going to shock you to your core, evangelicals here, who influencer Chris Long arrested for human trafficking.
Then there's Craig Long we arrested.
Uh-oh.
He's 41. Some of you may recognize him. He's an influencer. Well, I'm going to give him some content for his social media today. He was a previous felon who straightened up. Really what we want to see in life. Now he's an influencer. You know, he moves in big circles, even with the president. This is a photograph with the president and his son
Shots
not
fired.
long ago. Now, we like to see people who make mistakes early in life, and he had a long history straighten up. We like the fact that he likes the cops. Heck, he liked them so much, he got caught up in a sting and got to be up and real close with the cops. We asked what his attitude was. They said, oh, he had a great attitude. He appreciates law enforcement. Well, there you go. Got arrested in the human trafficking sting. Influence that for a while.
Also, base sheriff, right? Based sheriff doesn't give a shit if it's the president's buddy or not. But wow, look at that. What a shocker, huh? Some of Trump's friends being arrested for human trafficking? No way. Nobody could guess that. You know who they're not going to arrest? Did you guys see this? Hey, MAGA. Hey, MAGA. Who is the one guy that they promised they were going to arrest? What was the one promise Donald Trump kept making on who he was going to arrest besides Hillary? Who's the guy? Who's the guy that we were going to arrest, right? Not Hillary. Not Hillary. The guy. No, not Biden. Fauci. Right? He ran an entire campaign on fucking accountability for COVID and Fauci. Well, now did you guys see this? Guess what just happened today? As of a couple hours ago. The Department of Justice has announced that it will not arrest Fauci and intends to allow the statute of limitations for lying to Congress to expire without action. Oh, MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. Just fooled you fucking again, didn't they? Look at that. More promises made, promises not kept. Wow. Wow, what a surprise, huh? The one guy, he ran an entire fucking 2-year campaign saying that he was going to arrest. Nope. Crickets. He goes free. We'll get a little bit of comedy on the last one of this. This is actually about JD. I like to put JD and JD Vance and Trump in the same section. There's a comedian. I haven't seen this comedian before, but this is actually super funny. Talking about JD Vance. Let's take a look.
Like Donald Trump, I get it. He's funny and charismatic. But if JD Vance is your guy, you got to look in a mirror and decide who you are as a person. That little dough-faced bitch, you like that guy? I'm one of the weakest men on earth, and I could beat the fucking shit out of JD Vance. That guy sucks. That guy's a loser. You know, JD Vance is the type of guy who's getting a blowjob, and he's like, "You're using too much teeth. I'm not going to be able to come, Erica."
Oh, then he throws in a little JD Erica Kirk joke at the end of that one to really tie it all together. I've never seen him before, but he's super funny. That was a solid joke. Okay, we got a little bit of an independent section of the channel where we talk about independence, right down the middle. People who say both sides are not great, and who's the goat? Who's the goat to that? Well, that's going to be George Carlin destroying a heckler. Let's take a look at this. Great take here.
Oh, you're the real Americans. Well, thank fucking God. I thought the rest of us were just renting the place. See, the government doesn't even need MK Ultra anymore. All they need is enough stupid motherfuckers volunteering to screw things up all by themselves. One loud dipshit at a time, doing the control work for free. So here's a wild idea. Do everybody a favor. Get up off your knees, stand up like a fucking adult, return the knee pads, and stop fondling the same two-party circus the government helped build to keep a nation full of sheep arguing in circles.
Yeah. The GOAT. The GOAT. All right, here's another one from Andy Frisella.
Tell you about it. I can't do anything. And that's the fucking lie. That's the lie that they sell that maintains their control and power. Why do you think they're so afraid of people saying things? Why do you think they spend so much money censoring? Why do you think they spend so much money dividing? Why do they think they spend so much money convincing you that your neighbor is the fucking enemy?
Yep.
Okay? If that shit was actually true, they wouldn't have to spend all the money to convince you. You would understand it. They are afraid of your voice. They are afraid of your excellence. They are afraid of your standards. They are afraid of unity. And they spend every fucking minute of their lives trying to create the opposite of that so they can maintain the control and power over the people. All the people have to do is wake the fuck up, bro. The truth of the matter is, like, dude, as unfree as we are, we're still free enough to make a lot of fucking progress. But we won't have that forever, dude. Okay.
It's a great take. That's a great take. We obviously push that on our channel all the time. It's not fucking you versus your neighbor. It's not right versus left. It's not Christian versus Muslim. It's not, black versus white. We don't believe that at all. Don't believe that for 1 second. And at some point, eventually, and we are noticing, the world's noticing, there's a reason why channels like mine are successful. And that is because a lot of people are waking up to that exact thing. This left versus right paradigm bullshit is all designed to keep us hating each other and distracted. So what? So the Epstein fucking class can continue to rape us all. That's what it's all about, right? That's what it's all about. Keeping us divided. Now, I want to take a look back at this. This isn't necessarily independent, but it's just seeing where we started and where we're at now. Just politics in general.
Congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your anniversary. I'm sure this was the most romantic place you could imagine here with me. So congratulations.
One of John's top advisors told the Daily News that if we keep talking about the economy, McCain's going to lose. So tonight I'd like to talk about the economy.
I got to ask you a question. I do not I can't trust Obama. I have read about him, and he's an Arab. He is not. No,
ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with on fundamental issues, and that's what this campaign is all about.
Man, fuck. You watch back and you see that from both sides of the aisle, right and the left, and you see the respect, you see the professionalism, the, hey, we don't agree on these things, but we're going to debate the policy side of this. Ooh. Yeah, that's long gone at this point. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing that respect is gone, that treating each other nicely is gone. That's not a good thing. And people think it's funny, right, to watch Donald Trump crash out and fucking, talk shit to everybody nonstop. And it's like, it's really not, right? It's maybe if you're kind of like you're a bully or you're just a weak little turd, you think that type of stuff is cool. But at the professional level, it's not, right? Like, you don't have to agree on everything, but we could have a little decorum and a little respect, which is massively, massively lacking at this point, obviously. We'll see if we ever get it back. All right, here's one more from Andy.
Getting attacked by both sides, you're probably in the right spot.
That's right. Yep.
All right. Because you're the person that's able to fucking think. If you lose the ability to objectively evaluate things on a point-by-point basis, you're a fucking sheep. You're the useful idiot. You are the useful idiot. You can't just support one person and think they're infallible in every decision that they make. Nobody's perfect. I have the capacity, and our listeners have the capacity to objectively say, okay, some of our listeners, I like this. I don't like that. This should be done. It's not getting done. I don't like this. We got to be able to fucking critique people. We got to be able to criticize people. And if you actually want the country to be better, you should criticize Donald Trump when he doesn't do the shit he says he's going to do. If you're getting,
it's so It's so easy and so true. Like, you have not being able to hold your own party or leadership accountable it's a cult. You're automatically a cult, right? If you cannot denounce the leader of your party, which Republicans can't, by the way. We've seen what happens. Thomas Massey does it, boom, kicked out of the party. Marjorie Taylor Greene does it, boom, kicked out of the party, right? Any Republican that steps up to Donald Trump and says, I don't really like this, boom, you're gone. Joe Kent, hey, I don't think we should be in this war, boom, you're gone, right? That's why the party's a cult. It's a fucking cult. And I'll give this to Democrats. They don't always agree, but they'll criticize their leaders. I watch it all the time. I'll watch Hassan or Kyle Kalinske or Keith Edwards. Any of these creators, they will trash their own party. And you will never see that out of MAGA. They will never criticize their daddy. Ever. It's the most cult-like tribalist movement I have ever seen. Far worse than the progressive left. Not even the progressive left. The progressive left actually hated Biden. So that's not even a great example there. But the MAGA stuff, you're not. Oh, as we move into it, MAGA is the next section, by the way. This meme I'm going to show you here. What MAGA means. The new term of MAGA is great. Before we do that, we're going to hit a couple super chats and we'll jump into the MAGA section as we're talking about it. All right. And then we'll jump right back into the show. Oh, wait, here we go. Wait, hold on. Did I skip some of these? Oh, no, we're good. Understand people voting for Trump the first time because Hillary was crazy bad candidate. Every other time, I will never understand. I think that's fair. I think that's fair too. I still don't like Hillary. Hillary is a giant simp for our greatest ally. She's a neocon. She's blue MAGA. She's a blue dog Democrat. She's just like Chuck Schumer and Jeffries. She's Trump light, right? So again, I agree with you on that at the time, but now going forward, oof. Hardway says people have abdicated our duties. People who once upon a time handed out military command, high civil office, legions, everything, now restrain itself and anxiously hopes for just two things: bread and circuses. And to your point, Hardway, excuse me. What are we about to see? I literally just said I said this on a comment the other day on a post, the epitome of bread and circuses. What are we about to see? Which is like the most bread and circuses shit I've ever seen in my life. We're about to see the UFC on the White House lawn, right? Gladiators, essentially. It's just essentially gladiators fighting for the enjoyment of everybody in front of Caesar. Yay! Keep us all distracted. I love the UFC. I will not tune into that. I refuse to watch it. I wanted to do an episode with Jesse where we watched it together, but I'm not going to support that shit. Fuck that. I'm not watching that. And there's actually a bunch of UFC fighters that are refusing to participate in it, like Sean Strickland. So, yeah, I'm not watching that shit. No thanks. I'm not tuning into your bread and circuses. But to your point, Hardway. Yep. Cults are mostly for the secret rituals. Yeah. Thank you, Rod. Heavyweight says, when is the last time Iran attacked us? I don't know. I don't know if they ever have. Now, people will say, oh, well, they provided, shape charges and shape IEDs and EFPs to Iraq. Yeah, RGC did. But guess what we supplied? You think the United States hasn't supplied weapons to terrorist organizations? What do you think was going on in Syria? We were supplying all of the terrorist organizations, by the way. That's what we do. That's our MO. We're all about that shit. So again, we shouldn't be too hypocritical, right? But again, as for the United States, continental United States, never. It's never happened. Obviously, to your point. Hey, bro, rare catch alive, but the content always watch after. Are there any steps us plebs can take to minimize Palantir spying on us? No. I know people are going to hate to hear this. No, because everything that you have, this phone, right, your computer, everything is hackable. It's all traceable. They already have access to all your information. Palantir already has it all. China already has it all. So no, there's really nothing you can do about it. The best we can do is make sure our politicians don't do shit like, I don't know, voting in FISA to give warrantless fucking spying on American citizens through the government, which Donald Trump and Republicans just passed. Maybe holding our politicians accountable to not put forward legislation that just literally allows them to legally spy on us would help. But unfortunately, that's not happening. But no, there's nothing you can do, homie. Sorry. I wish there was. Put your phone in a Faraday bag when you go places. Right? That's the best thing you could do to be off the grid. Other than that, they got everything you could possibly imagine. Every part of your life is already owned by the government and by foreign governments, China, etc. They already have everything. They've got your social security numbers. They have your banking information. They've got everything, homie. I know a lot of people hate hearing that, but it's sadly the truth. It's the reality of the situation. Yeah, it's not good. Keep up the great work, big man. Well, thank you, brother. Thank you. Big donation there. All right, one more and then two more, and we'll jump back into the show. Gifted Gian, gifted 5 BFT memberships. Thank you very much, Gian. And Ghoul says, make PDF files scared again. Hell yeah. It's our brother JD's favorite thing to say. Okay, let's jump into it. All right, straight to MAGA. This is the first time I've seen this. This is the first time I've heard it. It made me laugh my ass off because it has a great back picture to it. MAGA is now known as men acting gay as fuck. There you go. Another one here. Men aggressively grooming adolescents. That's another good. That's another good MAGA one here. But there you go. I've never heard this before, and I like this one. I like this one, and it's true. It's literally true. All right, let's watch. Let's watch this from our buddy JP. Awaken with JP Sears. You guys know, fantastic content. This is called "We Believe the Narrative 100% of the Time Now." New MAGA. So let's take a look at this.
Do you want to see how the new MAGA crowd are?
And while we play this for a couple minutes, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. But tune in. This is fucking hilarious.
Hypocrites? Check this out. Stop asking questions about Charlie Kirk. The FBI has a lone gunman. We need to be at war with Iran. I have nothing to do with Israel. By the way, God bless Israel. There's no way the correspondence dinner shooting could be staged. After years of not buying into official narratives, while believing what the establishment labels conspiracy theories, they've done a bit of a gender transition with what they believe, where now the new MAGA crowd are the ones that believe official narratives without question. I think you should too. And if you don't, they'll say you're just believing crazy conspiracy theories and usually viciously insult you along the way. So let's break it down, shall we? We'll do that by rewinding the clock back to 2021 to see where the people currently in the new MAGA crowd stood when it came to official narratives versus conspiracy theories. Then we'll see where they're at now. It's a big contrast. 2021 topic, election integrity. The official narrative is, it's great, don't question it. Conspiracy theory is fraud. New MAGA was with the conspiracy theory. The topic of COVID. The official narrative is, came from a wet market. Conspiracy theory is made in a lab. Where New MAGA stand? Conspiracy theory. There's a 2021 topic of vaccines. Official narrative, of course, they're safe and effective. Conspiracy theory, dangerous. New MAGA, conspiracy theory. Even back then, we had the topic of the Epstein files. The official narrative, they don't exist. Conspiracy theory, it's an elite pedo network. New MAGA crowd believe conspiracy theory. There's a topic of Biden's mental health. Official narrative, sharp as a tack. Conspiracy theory, it's impaired. New MAGA, conspiracy theory. Even then, they could look back at the topic of the JFK assassination. The official narrative, lone gunman. Conspiracy theory, there's a lot more to it. New MAGA was with the conspiracy theory. Lastly, the topic of communist subversion in the US. Official narrative, of course it's not happening. Conspiracy theory, yes it is. New MAGA was with the conspiracy theory.
This is so good, guys. I mean, he nailed it to the T. All right, so this was MAGA in 2021, right? Now let's check out MAGA in 2026.
Well, back then, new MAGA crowd was 7 for 7 on believing conspiracy theories rather than the official narrative. It's also worth noting that all those conspiracy theories have proven to be true. Well, that was 2021. Let's take a look at new topics and where the new MAGA crowd falls with their thinking now. Topic of the Iran war. Official narrative. We're doing it just to prevent them from having nukes. Conspiracy theory. We're doing it because of Israel. New MAGA. Going with the official narrative. Topic of Epstein files. Official narrative. Files are a hoax and or we just need to move on. Conspiracy theory. It's an elite pedo network. New MAGA goes with the official narrative. Ooh, that's a big one too, because I now have the exact opposite stance on the same topic they did in 2021.
Yep.
Just fun. Topic of the Charlie Kirk assassination. Official narrative. Lone gunman. Conspiracy theory. There's a lot more to it. Official narrative is what New MAGA goes with on that one. Topic of Erica Kirk. Official narrative. She's a normal grieving widow. Conspiracy theory. She's acting weird. Where's New MAGA fall? Official narrative. Topic of the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting.
Here we go.
Official narrative. This proves we need a ballroom. Conspiracy theory. Maybe it was staged to get the ballroom. Lastly, the topic of Zionist infiltration in the U.S. The official narrative. Of course not. Conspiracy theory. Yes, that's happening. Where's New MAGA's thinking on this? Once again, official narrative. Wow, that's a big change. Now they're 7 for 7 in believing the official establishment narrative instead of the conspiracy theory.
All right, you guys can go check out JP's channel. JP Sears, obviously fantastic content. One of my favorite comedic channels. But I mean, he's 100% right. That's the best thing about JP's comedy is that all he does is just literally tell you what's going on. That's exactly what happened, right? Once Daddy Trump was on the opposite side of all those things, we changed our mind. Right? All right, what else? This is going to be the Trump administration. What do we got going on out of the Trump administration, huh? Carolyn Levitt. What's Carolyn Levitt have to say? Something super super great, I'm sure. Here we go.
Left-wing cult of hatred against the president.
I hate my opponent.
And all of those who support him and work for him.
You're a terrible person. The communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country. A few days ago, I called the fake news the enemy of the people, and they are.
Has gotten multiple people hurt.
If I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
And killed.
We're going to tell them what we're going to do.
And it almost did so again this weekend.
I think my rhetoric is a very, it brings people together.
I mean, yeah, when you look at that's the violent rhetoric one, right? Where we talk about which side is saying the mean things. And yeah, I mean, it's both sides, but most of it's coming out of Trump. Let's talk about Kash Patel. How's Kash Patel doing? Well, let's take a look.
Patel was the worst FBI director in the 100.
This is actually a great take. I did not even think about why Kash Patel was chosen for. Let me restart this because this is actually really important. When I saw this, I went, "Oh shit, this makes so much sense." Why was Kash Patel chosen by Trump to be the FBI director? This is a great breakdown.
Was the worst FBI director in the 125 years of the FBI. President Trump correctly believes that the FBI was out to get him under previous directors, and he wanted to make sure he got an absolute moron and sycophant at the FBI who would not open up any investigations targeting him. The problem is he has an incredibly ineffective and embarrassing FBI director who's a drunk, who's corrupt, who's using FBI resources to fly his girlfriend around and take his girlfriend's friends home when they get drunk at bars in Nashville, and a protective detail for his girlfriend, and him to go to the Olympics and drink beer and get drunk and act like a fool. The good news, though, is that 13,000 FBI agents get off their asses, knock on doors, are working in the 55 field offices, and they really don't care. The FBI director and the president do not impact their day-to-day life. Kash Patel is the...
So I love this take. It's not something I even thought about before, but it makes 100% sense. Trump chose Kash Patel to be director of the FBI because he's a dipshit loyalist who would never, ever try anything to expose Trump with the Epstein files or any of his crimes. It actually makes perfect sense that is why. I don't know how I didn't put 2 and 2 together on this before I heard this, but like, obviously, duh. Duh. That is why he was chosen, especially as the part. Think about the DOJ. We're like, how was Pam Bondi chosen? Pam Bondi was worthless, right? She couldn't get anything done. And then you go, oh, that was the entire point. The entire point was for Kash Patel and Pam Bondi to be worthless because they run the DOJ and the FBI, the two organizations that have gone after Donald Trump so viciously in the past. Of course, you want to put a bunch of dipshits in charge who are loyalists who will never try to do anything to you. Duh, right? It actually makes sense. Makes complete sense when you actually start thinking of it that way, of why Trump, appointed these people. And why does he appoint all these idiots? And it's like, well, they're loyal and they'll never do anything to try to expose him for anything. And here we go. Here's Kash talking about James Comey.
From the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney, former FBI Director James Comey has now been indicted for 2 felony counts. While many of you may read this indictment and view this matter as a simple investigation, it is the farthest thing from that. Every single investigation this FBI and our partners at the Department of Justice undertake, especially those that involve the threats to harm or hurt or even kill individuals, whether they hold public office or civilians in our country, are met with the same measure of investigative prowess and tools and personnel.
Unless it's the Epstein files, of course. He should have caveated that.
In partnership with the Department of Justice as anyone else. As the U.S. Attorney indicated, James Comey will be afforded every matter of due process under the United States Constitution. And as the Attorney General indicated, this has been a case that's been investigated over the past 9, 10, 11 months.
He just admitted. This motherfucker just admitted. They've been spending 11 months of FBI time and taxpayer dollars on investigating a picture of seashells. That's why they can't get anything done with the Charlie Kirk assassination. That's why they can't get anything done with the Epstein files, because they're busy chasing down seashell pictures in the sand. 11 months. 11 months. Think about that. Oh. Oh, here we go. We were talking about this earlier. For those of you who didn't know, yes, Thomas Massie talked about this. The House passed FISA Section 702 renewal yesterday. Of course, Thomas Massie voted no. This was a uniparty vote in favor for unchecked government surveillance without adequate warrants or accountability. Yes, there you go. And look how many of them on both sides voted for it. 192 Republicans, 42 Democrats voted yes to allow unfettered surveillance and spying without a warrant on U.S. citizens. Uniparty vote. Obviously, a lot more Democrats voted no than Republicans, but even, that's the way it goes. Both parties voted yes on that. Great. Here's another one. Wow, look at this. Senator Rand Paul. What a fucking disappointment this guy is, huh? I'm dropping a bill tomorrow. Let's build the ballroom. Senator Rand Paul simping for the ballroom. Oh, I wish you were your dad, huh? But you're not. You just sadly are not your dad. So Rand Paul begging to build the ballroom. What are some other Trump officials up to this week? Marco Rubio. What's he been up to? Well, let's take a look. DJing house parties, apparently. This is not AI, by the way. Just so you know, as you guys know, I've been a DJ for 20 years myself. That's what I did for before I joined the military. He's doing nothing, by the way. He's standing here at a computer with the headphones on, looking like he's DJing, but I can promise you the DJ work is over here on the turntables, not standing here looking at the laptop, just so you guys know. But there's that. All right. But anyway, why is Secretary Rubio at a house party DJing or pretending to DJ while Iran war negotiations are failing? I don't know. I'm not going to play that, though, because we'll get copyrighted for the music. All right. What else? This is a big one, actually. If you guys haven't seen this, I don't know how this guy has not been kicked out of Congress for the disgusting things he says. Randy Fine. Check out what he said here.
Our party, we don't want Armenians to be able to serve in Congress, but I'm not going to lose too much sleep about it.
Randy Fine says, we don't want Armenians to be able to serve in Congress. For those of you who don't know about Armenia, it's a predominantly Christian country that was genocided by Azerbaijan with support of our greatest ally. And it's again, Christian nation. And so why would we not want those of, and keep in mind, the reason why he's saying that is because Dan Bilzerian is Armenian. He's American, born in America, but his family lineage is Armenian. Think about the fucking racism on that. Absolutely disgusting. What do you mean you don't want Armenians to serve in Congress? Why? You want people of Armenian descent that are American citizens that were born in America, whose parents were born in America, to serve in Congress? That sounds super racist. Is it a religious thing? You don't want, because they're Christians? They're Middle Eastern Christians? You don't like that? Is that what that is? Absolutely fucking disgusting. Yo. Yeah, no, Azerbaijan had nothing to do. This is a fucking denier, dude. Here's the thing, Randy, just like Randy Fine, you have a genocide denier, right? They try to deny the genocide in Armenia. We don't allow that on our channel. We don't deny the genocides on this channel. Okay? And so no, that's absolutely fucking disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah. Yeah, again, but that's Randy Fine. Hopefully he gets destroyed. Gross. Okay, let's take a look at some of the most Fox News boomer slop you have ever seen in your entire life. And that is this story. Yes, kamikaze dolphins. Fox News. Here we go.
Kamikaze dolphins. The Persians want to strap mines to dolphins to weaponize the strait. Don't tell PETA. These rogues are desperate. The blockade's already forced 40.
This is not satire. He's being serious.
45 ships to do a 180. And now the Pentagon is using AI to hunt down Iranian mines. The president says it's basically already over.
The blockade has been unbelievable, powerful, 100%. It's been actually unbelievable. If we left right now, we had a great victory, but we're not doing that.
The Pentagon says the blockade's already cost the Iranians $5 billion.
Oh, $5 billion? Whoa, I wonder how much it's cost the United States and everybody living here. Well, just militarily, it's cost over $50 billion, 10x that, and to the United States people, through increased gas prices and everything else, it's cost us a fuck ton more than that. But again, yes, Fox News is letting you know that Iran is trying to strap IEDs to dolphins. That's a real story from Fox News, by the way. And here's the thing is, you know how many boomers watch that and believe that? Yeah, sharks with laser beams, right? It's like straight out of an Austin Powers comedy, right? Do you guys know how many Fox News boomers watch that and believe that? And go, oh my God, Iran's using suicide dolphins now. It's rough. It's rough out here, right? Now, I want to show you guys something. We've talked about this before with MAGA. And this is just today. I noticed this myself. Yesterday. Nobody showed me this. Nobody picked up on this, but I started picking up on it, and I just started tracking these down. We've all seen all of these fucking paid shills. And we know they're paid shills now, right? We've shown the one with the ballroom. We've shown the hit on Candace Owens, right? With Graham Allen leading that and sending out the talking points. We know that they're doing this. Do you guys know what the newest one is? I found this. First time you're going to see this. I found this myself. Let's take a look. This is the new hit piece that the MAGA is doing. The paid shills are doing. Let's check this out. Watch this. Okay, here we go. You guys ready? You may have seen this one today. Joey Salads, again, this Justin Viral TV, giant Trump fucking simp, says, I'm convinced that if Hitler ran against Donald Trump, the Democrats would vote for Big H. Okay, clever. What about this? Oh, what's this? Real News Now. I'm convinced that if Big H ran against Donald Trump, the Democrats would vote for Big H. Oh, okay, Real News Now. Okay, what's this? Oh, and this is all just yesterday, Republican Army. I'm convinced that if Big H ran against Donald Trump, the Democrats would vote for Big H. Huh, look at that. What's this? Oh, former HVAC guy, 300 guns here, says, I'm convinced that if Big H ran against Donald Trump, the Democrats would vote for Big H. Huh. What's this? Oh, Conservative Times says, I'm convinced that if Big H ran against Donald Trump, the Democrats would vote for Big H. Huh. Now, they finally got one that was a little bit different. Like, God, you could try a little bit to not just go word for word. And they said, Trump could order a strike and kill Satan, and Democrats would side with the devil. So we can see what they're doing here now. This is just like, what, seven or eight of them that I saw just recently? They get paid for this, right? You guys understand this. The MAGA shills, they're getting paid. It's coordinated. They're in group chats. They get the talking points from the Trump administration. They get paid, and they blast it out. They don't even fucking try. They don't even try to change it a little bit, right? They just literally copy paste, slap the post out, and they all post it together. No other demographic is doing that. America First isn't doing that. The progressive left isn't doing that. Nobody in the Democrat Party is doing that. It's only MAGA that we can see are literally all paid to come out and do the same slop campaigns. The Tatums, the Grant Allens, all of these people, the cat turds, they all come out and say the exact same things every single time. I was just the newest one. And they're the ones that are trying to say that, what are they trying to say? Matt Walsh is going to expose all these America First conservatives for taking money from foreign outlets. Like, you motherfuckers are the ones doing it. We're not dumb. We can see your posts. You don't even try. You don't even try to like mix the words up a little bit. It's the exact same fucking thing on all of them. It's wild, guys. All right, now we got that. Let's get into some takes, good and bad, from a bunch of different groups here. We'll start with a little comedy, though. All right, little comedy. Hold on. This is right. I think this was the comedy one I'm looking for. Yeah, here we go. Little comedy. If you haven't seen this clip, this is Alex Jones. I'm sure you've seen it, but this one's a little mix up.
Patriot, vampire, nationalist, mental retard, eugenicist, a scared man, really, retard, traitor, vampire, ex-level, Moses, patriot, vampire.
All right, that one makes me laugh every time. This from Harrison Smith is so good. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is some great satire right here. Let me restart it, make sure we get the whole thing. Harrison Smith poses this. This is MAGA. This is what we all wanted, right? Let's check this out.
All I know is in 2024, I voted for two things, all right? I voted to go to war with Iran and to build a ballroom, okay? And as long as Trump can get those two things done, I mean, nothing else matters, I'm pretty sure. I know I speak for all of us Trump supporters when I said in 2024, we were promised two distinct things. We were promised war with Iran, that we'd lose. We wanted to lose a war with Iran, and we wanted to build a ballroom. And those are the only things that matter, folks.
Yeah, buddy.
Other than that, deportations, who cares? Am I right? Getting rid of the welfare state and the hundreds of billions of dollars that are stolen from us. Small potatoes. We want a ballroom, Trump. We want a ballroom, and we want it now. And we want it to be big and magnificent. Okay. We want it golden. All right.
Yep.
This is what we care about as Americans. We want to see gold-plated ballrooms for you to have parties in. Okay. The rest of us can suffer and die. Thank you very much. We want that ballroom. We want to expand FISA. Absolutely.
Yes.
We definitely want to drop the investigation into John Brennan. Get that out. We don't want him punished for anything ever. We want the ballroom, and we want to lose a war to Iran. And by golly, Trump is delivering. Is he not? I mean, that's just, I don't think it's just me. I think we're all on that same page, right? Aren't we? Aren't we all on that page that all we really want was to have the Epstein class protected from any consequences for their actions? We want the truth about the Epstein files to be buried completely. We want a big ass ballroom for Trump to have a party in. Okay. That's all we want. And this is sort of the thing, I guess you could say. I guess you could say this is what you might call the thing about all of this. It ain't just Trump. It is the Republican Party. It's inexplicable what they're deciding to focus their energy on and spend their time doing. There's not one thing I can point to that could even accidentally benefit the American people. Trump and the Republicans are just doubling down and hitting hyperspeed in their drive to do everything that we elected them not to do everything that our enemies want them to do. It is truly absurd.
Thank you for your.
He's not wrong. I love the satire, but I mean, when he said that he literally cannot point to one thing that Donald Trump is doing that he campaigned on, not one. And MAGA Republicans are eating that shit up, right? All right, check this out. Look what you guys know, Cat Turd, right? The another MAGA cuck here. Check this out. He says, that's the gayest. You guys are going to love this. Alex Jones just destroyed Cat Turd for this. Says, that's the gayest picture I've ever seen in my life. Hell no. As somebody said, would you vote for Thomas Massey, Tucker Carlson presidency in 2028? I think, hey, this sounds like a pretty good option to me. I don't know how well they would do, but I got a lot more faith than what we've seen. So Cat Turd says this, but just wait. Alex Jones says, the photos of you are the gayest thing in the universe. You and Lindsey Graham should run in 2028. You would be the first president and Graham would be the first lady. And of course, the White House would be called the Cat Box. Then you guys could carry out your dreams of nuclear war. Then Alex Jones posted a picture of Cat Turd. I've never seen him before. This is actually him. He got fucking exposed. The man behind the profile. Oh, man. Dude, there it is. There's Cat Turd. Alex Jones just absolutely wrecked him. Oh, wow. That's MAGA, everybody, right? That's one of the biggest MAGA accounts out there. There it is. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right. Another one from Uncle Alex and Nick here talking about Trump. Here we go.
But how does Trump think hitching himself one of the most unsavory people, and his numbers are the lowest, 32% and plunging? How did he go from jumping for people that supported him but warned him he was doing wrong for our overall agenda to like jumping in bed with his enemies that hated his guts? I mean, Trump is definitely degenerated.
It's all he's got left. I mean, that's the saddest thing is when you or him or anybody looks around, that's all that's left in his camp. Anybody else that's sensible, all the grassroots from the very beginning. I mean, you were one of the first big interviews when people started to pay attention to Trump when he went on your show in 2015. We're all gone. Yep. Nobody from the original movement is still hanging on because the principles are not there. The rhetoric's not there. It's just not the same movement. And so with the approval rating, favorability collapsing, you look around at the bench, who do you really have left in the MAGA movement? Yeah, it's Sean Hannity, it's Mark Levin, it's Loomer. Yep. And I guess he's just going to take what he can get.
Yeah, that's it. That's what's left. Ben Shapiro, Mark Levine, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, right? And the MAGA shills, the paid shills. We all know who they are. That's it. Now, this is a really great take because I get this all the time. I'm sure a lot of you guys get this as well. Even if you're conservatives, right, that have abandoned Trump. This is what we get, right? Let's take a look.
I don't know how anything that I'm about to say is controversial in any way, but I voted for this administration. And having since voted for them, I've been called a left-wing lunatic, stupid, a weakling, told I have Trump derangement syndrome because I'm attempting to hold this administration accountable to the promises that they made us on the campaign trail. And we can start with the Epstein files. The Epstein files, we were told, is a Democrat hoax once this administration got into the office. We were told we were left-wing lunatics for having taken the bait. We finally get those files. They come heavily redacted, with the majority of the redactions protecting predators, pedophiles, and possibly even cannibals. And then in February, they take 65,000, some of the most egregious files highlighting the occult practices of these demonic creeps off the DOJ's website. And those join 3 million files that were never released at all. We've spent $11.3 billion in 6 days in the war in Iran.
Obviously, this one was newer, but she's got a great point, right? If you have a problem with all of the dumb shit that Trump's doing, you're a deranged leftist, just like me, right? You're just a liberal. You're a liberal. It's like, first of all, it's not an insult, by the way. Liberalism, conservatism, that's what built this country, those sort of two outlooks. It's not a bad thing. Being a liberal is not a bad thing. Being a conservative is not a bad thing. But also just the second you question this, you're a deranged Democrat. And it's like, okay, Yeah, this is great right here. Somebody said, no, I'm a patriot. Right? Yeah. And it's not, guys, it's not, here's the thing. You don't get to a 32% approval rating if only the Democrats hate your guts. It's all of the independents, a good portion, 25% of conservatives, and all of Democrats. Left, right, and center hate this guy's fucking guts. Okay? If you do a good job, people aren't necessarily going to hate you. But we're not seeing any of that, right? It's pretty much all bad. All right, check this out. Matt Walsh has decided, well, let's just let you guys watch this. Matt Walsh has decided he's done with political-based content. I wonder why. We'll talk about that here in a minute. Let's see what let me start right here. Let's see what Matt had to say about his new what he's going to be doing with the channel moving forward. I'm sure this has nothing to do with the fact that Daily Wire is completely burned in, fired half their staff, and all of these people's channels are dead. Let's see what he had to say.
Noticed recently on the show, we've started to focus more on cultural commentary, a little less on politics. And the reason for that is partly, if I'm being totally transparent, I find the entire political podcasting space to be increasingly boring and redundant. Everyone's saying the same things. Everyone is talking about the same stories. Conservative podcasters all repeat essentially the same basic talking points, unless they're fighting with each other, which is even more boring. And at this point, even more redundant. So I find it all incredibly uninspiring and uninteresting, which is enough reason to try to find different things to talk about. Also,
Matt is done in the political arena because he finds it all boring. Doesn't have anything to do with his channel dying. It doesn't have anything to do with the Daily Wire burning in and firing half their staff, having to buy views on all their channels. Doesn't have anything to do with that. He's just got to get to feel out some new content, right? This stuff just isn't intellectually stimulating enough for Matt Walsh. And it's like, no, buddy, this is called a pivot. As a content creator, I know what this is called. This is called my channel's fucking dying. Everybody hates me. I'm going to try to pivot out of this branch of content now. Just be honest. Just be honest, man. The Daily Wire's dead. None of you guys are getting any views. Everybody hates you. And now you're going to pivot out of politics. Just be honest. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But also, what's Ben Shapiro going to think about that? You going to be allowed to do that? Again, I don't know why he doesn't just quit. He must be under some type of just insanely lockstep contract. Oh, here's a little bit more from the Daily Wire. Check this out. Michael Knowles, little femboy Michael Knowles in 2019 said, comedians should not lose their jobs for telling jokes and professors should not lose their jobs for discussing ideas. 2019. Michael Knowles just said, as of last week, Kimmel should be obviously fired. Oh, yes. Oh, that mean old First Amendment. The Daily Wire doesn't like the First Amendment. Oh, here's some more. Oh, what is this? Republicans spent years posting 8646. They printed on shirts. They fundraised on it. 0 indictments. Comey indicted today for 8647. Matt Gaetz said, we've now 86'd McCarthy, McDaniel, McConnell. Jack Posobiec said, 8646. Now, don't we think we should be investigating and indicting Jack Posobiec for this? Why is he not being indicted for this? How come during the Democrats, Republican Jack Posobiec wasn't? Why wasn't he indicted for that? It's because MAGA is a bunch of giant pussies. Like, let's be honest. It's the weakest, soft as baby shit demographic of men I have ever seen in my entire life. They're literally crying about seashells. They're crying about mean jokes. Deplatform Kimmel. Me. It's just, I have never seen anything so fucking pathetic. Their words. And you guys know. I defend everybody. I defend Hassan. Right? When he says the craziest shit ever, I'm like, look, I don't agree with it. I think it's fucking gross and dumb what he said, but he said it. Who cares? It's America. I'll do the same thing for Nick Fuentes. Hey, that's fucking gross. I don't agree with what he said, but it's America. Say whatever you want. But not these guys. These guys want you to lose your job if you make fun of their daddy. Don't make fun of my daddy. Right? Nobody else is calling for this shit. Mark Levine is. The Daily Wire is. Ben Shapiro is. Michael Knowles is. They're all calling for censorship. The party of don't tread on me now is scared of the First Amendment. Oh, the mean words. Like, oh my God, dude. They're words. Who fucking cares? People talk shit about me all the time. Could not care less. I'm sure you guys, like, any of you give a fuck? Somebody says something mean? Oh, no, of course you don't. Unless you're MAGA and it's about your daddy. And then, ooh, can't make fun of him. Then all of a sudden the comedy goes all the way out the window, right? Okay, hold on. We got to play this one. This is because then I got to show you the next clip. Talking about people that are trying to get people censored, deplatformed. Not Nick, but the people we're going to talk about him talking about here in a second.
Trump just sucks so hard. He is awful. And not only is Trump awful, but all of the people that he is promoting are awful as well. It's like the worst timeline. We're living in the timeline where Laura Loomer and Mark Levin are being promoted on the daily by Trump while we're in a war with Iran. He lies about everything. Everything he says is a lie. He's so full of shit. Everything could not be going worse. The mass deportations, has anybody even heard about them lately? They're just not even happening. Immigration is not even being talked about. We're in a war with Iran with no end in sight. Israel controls the government. We had a huge breakthrough where people were realizing all this. And now Trump is literally fighting the red pill. Think about how insane that is. 10 years.
So the reason why I should want to show you that is then Nick also posted this, which I thought was absolutely hilarious. Nick posted, if Gavin Newsom promised to deport Laura Loomer and Mark Levine, I don't know, guys. I mean, he's got a point. If Gavin were to step in and run on a platform, on this platform, and say, I'm deporting these motherfuckers, they're gone. I think I'd probably vote for him. I think I probably would. If he really promised, like, hey, this is how I'm going to do it. Here's the trajectory. Here's the policies I'm going to use. Loomer, Levine, all of these cucks, they're gone. I'm deporting all of them. I mean, I don't know, guys. I think I would probably, whoever that candidate is that decides to go with that, I probably would support him. Speaking of which, there's a little, just something to, ruin your day. Here's Laura Loomer before. Here she is now. So there's that. No, there's no point to this other than to just show you. Yeah. So have fun with that. So I figured you guys would have to watch that too, right? If I had to see it, you guys had to see it. But there you go. Let's get some Loomers in the chat, right? Loomers in the chat for everybody. If you can put Loomers in the chat, then of course, let's get those Loomers in the chat. I'll get my Loomers in the chat. All right, there we go. Got those Loomers in the chat. Okay. All right, now let's take a look at this. I don't know if you guys saw this clip. This was little bald racist Blake Neff and his little cuck buddy, the dude who pretends he's Charlie Kirk now, Andy Colvett. They asked this woman, who I'm assuming is some type of lawyer, I don't know who she was, but asked her when does she expect for the trial to actually start? Watch this. Watch their reactions.
What would your bet be on when we might finally start impaneling jurors for this trial?
Early 2028. I would put the over under on early 2028. Early 2028. I would put the over under on early 2028. Early 2028. I would put the over under on early 2028. Early 2028. I would put the over under on early 2028.
No. Wait.
Well, and the reason why, yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Just to think about that we might not see that for another 2.5 years, or excuse me, 1.5 years. But just to see their reactions. Why are their reactions like that? Well, because we've seen what's happened to TPUSA. They're burned in. Nobody's watching their shit. Imagine what it's going to look like 1.5 years from now. Yeah, they're going to be utterly cooked into oblivion, right? Okay, then Jesse posted this. I didn't hear this before, guys. You have to listen to what somebody said to Erica Kirk as she was walking out crying. Jesse, I don't know how Jesse got this, but let's take a listen
closely to Erica Kirk's into the background of this, dude. Okay, this is insane.
I just want to go find some.
Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Why so sad? I had to listen to it a couple times before I heard it, but once I did, I can't unhear it. Every time, listen. Why so sad? Ready?
I just want to go find some.
Is that not crazy, dude? Like that's literally someone who's there. Why so sad?
I just want to go find some.
So crazy, dude.
That's how unserious. Think about this. That's how unserious that event was. Right? As she's walking by, doing her Erica Kirk thing, somebody literally there at the event is laughing at her, mocking her. Again, that's how unserious that attempt on the president's life was, right? So you have people there just fucking laughing at her as she's, traumatized and leaving. Obviously, it wasn't that big of a deal based off of that. Okay, let's get into Democrats now. Let's do some super chats here first, and then we'll do the Democrat section of the show. They got some funny ones and some good ones and some not so good ones. It's usually the way it works, huh? All right, let's hit some supers and then we'll jump back into it. Does it affect veterans to see how quickly all the bases are destroyed too? Yeah, I mean that's brutal to watch, right? Some of those bases I literally have been to. I've been through Qatar multiple times, and the UAE and Dubai, and they're all gone. They're all destroyed. So it's not great. That's not great either. But thank you. Oh, Stacy, thank you for the big donation, Stacy. Stacy says, knows the name of the war changed today. Project Freedom, I think. Is that? Oh, yeah. Stacy's right. So, Stacy, technically it's not the war. Technically what Project Freedom is the new mission to guide boats out of the Strait of Hormuz. So there's a bunch of boats that are and tankers that are stuck inside the strait that got stuck in there once this war kicked off that have not been able to leave. The United States announced that in Project Freedom, we are going to guide those boats to safety. We tried doing that with one boat 2 days ago, and Iran immediately attacked that boat and two of our destroyers, and we stopped. So yes, to your point, Stacy, that's what they're calling the new attempt at opening the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, it's Project Freedom. So that's what we got going on now. Great. Thank you, Stacy. I appreciate it. AJ says, those are having a hard time coming to grips with the facts. You're in good company. Patton figured out he fought for the wrong enemy late as well. That's true. Well, he said that, right? I personally am not going to disagree with that either. Patton seemed like he knew what he was talking about. But yeah, thank you, AJ. Colin says, I remember when you were like that. I'm glad to see the truth and now question stuff. I've never been like that, homie. Wrong channel. Wrong channel. Again, like I said, I never voted for Donald Trump in 3 different elections. I've been supportive of his policies in his first term when some of them were good. We had good and bad in the first term. At least there was some good. The economy was pretty good for a while. And then we just don't have any good this time. When he does good things, I'll fucking give him fucking his golf claps. You guys saw it the other day. Talking about the Ibogaine bill. What did I come out and say? I said, Donald Trump did a very good thing here. We should give him credit for it. There's not very many times I can do that. I would like to do that because if I could do that more often, that means America would be doing well. We would have good bills coming across the floor, right? Good things would be happening for the United States. I would love to give him good credit for that. But I can't because there's nothing like what Nick Fuentes was just saying. There's literally nothing. Or Harrison Smith was just saying. You can't point at one thing. The Ibogaine bill is about the only thing I can point to in the last year. It's rough. I would love to cheer the dude on. I want the president to be successful. That's where I'm a little bit different than in the sort of tribalist left versus right. I want the president, whoever it is. When it was Biden, I wanted Biden to be successful. Why? Because then America would be successful. I want Trump to be successful. I wanted Obama to be successful. He's not. And that's why his approval rating is 32%. Right? And so maybe you just got to be able to admit that sometimes. That he's not doing well. Right? Slowpoke says, a disabled bet from GWAT. I lost friends during and after. I don't hate those Muslims. I hate my government for the lies and how messed up I am. I'm not the same person where you take when you take a person's life, it changes you. That's 100% true. That's 100% true for sure. Hopefully you're doing well, homie. Thank you very much. All right, two more. Excuse me, got the hiccups. And we're jumping back in. Call of Duty Modern Warfare vet here. And I don't support the war. Keep up the great warfare work. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you very much. All right, last one. We'll jump back into it. Will says, this war is a complete example of fraud, waste, and abuse of the U.S. resources, a do-it-yourself self-destruction of your own company. Semper Fi, United States Marine Corps, 1988, 100%. 100%. And we're just funneling all that money to our greatest ally, the military-industrial complex, and the bankers, baby, like we always do it. Now, I'm sure you guys have all seen this, but I don't think people realize they were making fun of him at the time for this. Now it's just the most base shit in the world, right? And that was Obama. You guys remember this SNL skit about the Rock Obama? They were making fun of him for this. This was what, back in 2012, probably earlier than that, 2010. Let's watch this clip.
You like Israel? Yes. Oh, maybe you should go visit Israel.
That was an insult 14 years ago about Obama.
You like Israel? Yes. Oh, maybe you should go visit Israel.
Because remember, he was notoriously anti our greatest ally. And they gave him tons of shit for it. You watch it now and you're like, oh, it sure be nice to have a fucking president that felt that way now, huh? Right? A little bit different. Times have changed. All right, we got a couple clips. Man, they have been going after Graham Plattner. The hit pieces are wild. Let's take a watch. And I'll talk about this. Graham gets asked about the Second Amendment on a few of these as a Democrat, and Democrat shows. Very interesting here.
Do a quick rapid fire to see where you stand on some real.
We'll see what we feel about. He gets asked about a bunch of issues here.
Issues. Would you vote in favor of a $20 minimum wage?
Yes.
Would you vote to get rid of the Senate filibuster?
Yes.
Would you vote to convict Donald Trump in an impeachment trial?
Yes.
Do you support statehood for DC and Puerto Rico?
Yes.
Do you support Chuck Schumer for Senate Majority Leader?
No.
Do you support Hakeem Jeffries for House Speaker in 2027?
No.
Would you support a ban on assault weapons?
No.
If you go on to win your Senate seat in Maine, will you run for president in 2028?
No.
All right, so those answers, I think a lot of people will be nodding along, apart from probably the assault weapons ban question, which I think, as you know, a lot of progressives will disagree with you on and say it's a major issue that helps prevent mass shootings. What would you say to them?
I think in a country that's already awash in guns, we have 20 to 30 million AR-15s in America. We don't actually know how many. Restricting access to people with a violent history or people who are going to commit a violent act, that is where we're going to see the most effect. And
Okay, so interesting, right? What I really like about Graham is that he's talking to a far left progressive who is going to be super anti-assault weapons, super anti-Second Amendment. What I like about Graham is that he's willing to say to his own party, his own base, I don't agree with this issue. Here's why. Not many politicians will do that. Now, you might not agree with everything. I don't agree with everything he says. But what I do appreciate is that he's honest, because he's what he could have done there, right? He's talking to, in his base is the left, right? He could pander to the base and he could say, yep, I support banning assault weapons. He wouldn't actually believe that. He wouldn't probably vote that way, but he would say it to get elected to his base. But he doesn't do that. He says, I know this isn't popular with my base, but this is how I feel. Here's why. Which I do like, right? You don't typically see that from a politician. Here's another example of that from him. Again, going against your own base on certain very hot topic issues. Not politically usually the best thing to do, but it's the thing to do with integrity.
about 20 to 25 something. A lot of pistols. I do a lot of competitive pistol shooting. But also, I mean, I was in the infantry, and I have guns that mimic the guns that I used for work.
Right.
Because I used to train with them.
Right. And you know how to use them.
I know how to use them. And for me, it's a skill set that I developed it, and it's become a bit of a hobby of mine. I also think, without question, having robust laws in place to make sure that people whose family members or community members feel are absolutely at a point where they're going to use violence, we need to have tools to get guns out of the hands of those folks. To me, that seems like such a very obvious position to hold.
So he's got what he's saying here, and what he's talking about here is trying to deal with the active shooter issue that is in America, and it is an issue, right? I'm a staunch 2A absolutist. There's nothing that I would say that I would agree with when it comes to limiting firearms to anyone, including felons. That's just my personal opinion. So I would disagree with Graham on that. But again, I do appreciate as a Democrat candidate that he's willing to come out and say, look, I've got guns. I shoot guns. I'm not going to support banning assault rifles, even though that's not a real thing. You guys know what I mean. AR-15 style weapons. I like that, right? I like that out of him. I don't agree with some of his statements there, but I do like that he's being honest, right? Which, again, is a lot more than we can ask for. A lot more than we get from a lot of our politicians, right? Even if we disagree with them, at least they're being honest about their positions. Now, I'm sure you guys have seen this Adam Mockler versus Scott Jennings. I want to get our opinion on this. I'm sure you guys have seen it, this blow up.
I mean, honestly, they have been at war with us for 47
We all
years.
know that Scott Jennings is more than happy to defend a war with a country that starts with the letters IRA that we are currently failing, that is going to put us trillions and trillions of dollars more in debt. I was only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat? Is that
Homie,
what you
I
have?
debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said we were weeks away from it. Now you're making condescending remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not
Can you
going your
name
way.
one political
Get your
concession.
fucking hand out of my
Name
face.
one political concession.
I'm not going to have this guy's hand
Everybody,
in my face.
everybody, hang tight.
Honestly.
Okay. No, everybody, calm down. Okay. We're having a debate. You can respond to the points that he's
Can you
making.
name a political concession that we've got?
We're had a flashback to the war the skinheads had in my studio.
I would be mad if I
Okay.
had to defend war too. I would be mad if I had to defend war.
Scott, you can respond.
We have
and
a
then
very
we'll move
simple. We have a very simple goal: to keep terrorists and a terrorist regime from having a nuclear weapon that can threaten the United States, our interests in the region, our allies in Europe, anybody else.
So
in
you
the
can't
world.
answer the question.
That is
I
our
would
goal.
get mad too.
All right, we're going to leave it there, guys. Next.
Okay. First of all, if you lash out emotionally like that in a debate, you're already cooked. You already lost. You lost the debate, right? If you have to lash out and say, "Get your effing finger out of my face" or something like that, you lost the debate. You're cooked, right? So I want to do a poll here. Who is in the wrong? Was Adam Mockler in the wrong for this, or was Scott Jennings in the wrong for this? So we're going to do a poll on that, and I'll give you guys my opinion on that. But yeah, I don't know. You crash out emotionally as a grown man in a debate, it's not good. It's not good, right? You typically means that you have conceded. Okay. Now, I'm going to defend somebody that might shock you that I'm going to defend, and that's going to be Hassan. They are going after Hassan like no other recently. And of course, who's going after him? Oh, well, you could probably guess. Our greatest ally and the typical group that go after me as well. And it says, Representatives Lawler, Republican, this is bipartisan, and Josh Gottmeier, Democrat, introduced a resolution into the U.S. House to condemn Hassan Piker for anti-Semitism. You might be reading that going, wait, we're literally putting forward a bill in the House of Representatives, bipartisan bill to condemn a podcaster for anti-Semitism. This is how we're using our tax dollars. This is what Congress is focused on. Okay. The resolution states Piker has an express support of Hamas on multiple occasions and claims Hamas is 1,000 times better than our greatest ally. Okay. And then we see this here. And here's the AIPAC donations to the two congressmen, of course, that are leading this. AIPAC representatives Josh Gottmeier and Mike Lawler introduced resolution condemning Hassan Piker. Look, I don't agree with a lot of things Hassan has to say. Most of the time, I don't agree with anything Hassan has to say. However, The fact that we have fucking congressmen putting forward a bill to condemn him for anti-Semitism because of his words. I'm going to take his side on this. I'm going to defend him on this. He's allowed to say whatever the fuck he wants. And the fact that you have to put forward a bill in Congress to condemn him for the mean things he said. Yeah, no, that's not what America is about. And again, you don't have to agree with him on what he's saying, but you should definitely defend him to that fucking dumb shit. Again, that's how we're using our tax dollars, is to condemn podcasters for saying things that we don't like. Really? Okay. Again, like we got to get to a point in America that we as Americans can look at that and go, hey, you could be a far right nationalist. And you should be able to look at that and go, you know what? No, I'm going to defend this far left progressive communist on this because this is America and he has the right to say whatever the fuck he wants. And if you don't like it, don't watch him. Don't watch his content. It's that simple. But again, this attack on the First Amendment. That's all it is. That's what you're seeing there. And I think it's gross. All right, let's watch this one. From Jank. Whoops, that was the song. Let's watch this one. Here we go.
One of the people she quoted was Randy Fine. Randy Fine is probably the most Islamophobic member of Congress, has this enormous track record of saying the most inflammatory and appalling things about anyone who criticizes Israel. So to use him as your authoritative figure to say that Tucker is anti-Semitic in itself just discredits the case before you.
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to go further. So a couple of things here. To Tucker's point and to Niall's point, Randy Fine has said we should starve everyone in Gaza to death. He has said we should nuke people in Gaza. He is definitely worse than Nick Fuentes. So Nick Fuentes, as terrible as he is and as anti-Semitic as he has been, has never said to kill anybody Jewish, let alone all people Jewish. Randy Fine has said to kill every Palestinian. So it's empirical. There's no question about it. Yet, when you even talk to Nick Fuentes, even when you lambast one of the people.
So what you have there, far left progressive Democrat saying that Randy Fine is worse than a far right nationalist Nick Fuentes, which, of course he is. He's one of the most disgusting people I've ever seen in my life. That's what we like to see. We like to see someone on the left be able to call this bullshit out, same as somebody on the right be able to call this bullshit out, right? That's good. Those are good things for our country when we see that. That back and forth, right? Just, again, you don't have to agree. Jake wouldn't agree with a lot that Fuentes says, but at least he's willing to say this guy's a lot worse. Okay, now we're at the last part of the show. I always got to make sure... I recheck these ones. This is a great clip. If you guys haven't seen this, I got to show you this one. Probably watch it twice. Have you guys seen this? Watch this.
Do not use other genocide to describe this one. Gotcha, bitch. I have been.
All right, well, let's play it. Let's play it one more time. Listen to what she says. In case you didn't catch it.
Do not use other genocide to describe this one. Gotcha, bitch. I have been.
Do not use other genocides to describe this one. Little Freudian slip, we call it there. A little Freudian slip. All right, let's watch this one. This is a little Sean Ryan clip with Nick Irving.
Never went to Saudi Arabia after 9/11. You know, we didn't go there. They controlled too much oil, regardless if most of the hijackers were from Saudi. We didn't touch them. We flew the bin Laden family out in the beginning after 9/11 happened. We put them on planes and flew them to safety. We flew Saudis out to safety, but we went to Afghanistan and Iraq. And from my experience in Afghanistan, I just don't, some dudes in caves did all that. They were not that great when I fought them. They were good, but not pulling off one of the greatest heists of all times of our terrorist attacks, of flying. I don't know. We never went to Saudi.
Great point. When we're looking back at why we started the entire global war on terror to begin with, it is We didn't go after the people who supposedly committed it, did we? No, we didn't. Didn't do that. We did go to Iraq and Afghanistan, though. It's funny. It's funny, right? I wonder why. I wonder why all that happened. Why we didn't go after Saudi Arabia. Why we went after the countries that we did. You know. All right, let's take a look at this one. This one is viral. All right, I'm sure you guys have seen this. We're going to talk a little bit about it. Very controversial. This is Nick throwing this woman off of his porch. We can talk about it here.
Hi. Oh my God! What are you doing? Oh, get the fuck out of here! Did you catch that? Did you catch that?
What she says there is very important. She says twice, "Did you catch that? Did you catch that?" All right, check it out. Let's talk about this. This is very, very controversial. Me personally, you guys know, I never condone putting your hands on a woman. I typically don't think there's ever a case for it. However, there is one case for it, and that is if you show up to my house and are trying to either break into my house or film inside my house after you have doxed me, you're probably getting something worse than that from me personally. Right? If you come to where my wife and children are after you doxed me, I can promise you. Oh, yeah, that's real. The charges, by the way, the charges were all dropped against Nick. He had assault and battery charges, I believe, completely dropped. Didn't even go to court or anything like that for it. But I'll say this: I never ever condone, putting your hands on a woman. However, when we're talking about private property and you're showing up to someone's home, who, by the way, somebody came to Nick's front door just like that with a pistol and a crossbow to try to kill him, and the cops killed that person outside of Nick's home. Okay, he's already had an assassination attempt on his life at his house exactly like that before. With that context, yeah, I'm sorry. To fuck around and find out, man. The second you enter someone's private property, gender roles, all of that's out the window. You show up, you try to film in my house, you try to break into my home, you're getting schwacked, dude. Man, woman, dog, coyote. Like, don't show up to where my wife and children are. Ain't gonna fucking happen. All right. So he's getting a lot of hate for this because again, that woman's up there with her phone after doxing him, by the way. Trying to film inside his home. Nah, dude. Respect people's privacy. Respect people's privacy. Somebody said child. No. I mean, child's not. If a child is coming up to my door, they're not a threat. A grown adult who has doxed me and shows up to my house, that's a threat. That's a serious threat. You don't know what she's there to do. These people are fucking psychotic. Think about this. She went out of her way to dox him and then drive all the way to his home to try to film inside his home on his own private property. You have no idea. Does she have a weapon? You don't know, right? So again, that's when things change completely for me, right? If she's breaking the law, by the way. So if you're trespassing and stalking and doing all those things, and again, coming to someone's private property, I don't have any patience for that. Zero fucking patience for that, right? Leave people alone. Okay. Now, if you were out in public, right, at a bar or a restaurant, and there was an altercation outside, I would never, ever, ever condone that. But you roll up and you try to get into someone's home? Nah, dude. Sorry. Let me see what you guys think. Let's do a poll on that. Because again, a lot of people are attacking him for it. But again, he had all the charges dropped, right? Police looked at the films, looked at the camera. They dropped all charges. They said, no, there's no way we're charging this dude with anything. Don't trespass and try to break into his home. Should have called the cops? No, not necessarily. I'm not waiting on other men to take care of my property or protect my family, by the way. You might be willing to do that. I'm not going to do that. Nick, right or wrong? All right, you guys just let me know. What do you think? Again, everybody's got their own personal opinion on this. Me, private property is sacred. It's where my wife and kids are. Don't come messing around. right? By the way, I get death threats all the time. I've shown some of my death threats that I've gotten on the Patreon, right? People send me physical letters, emails, all the time, right? So if you're getting death threats all the time and somebody shows up to your private property and is trying to get inside your house, nah, dude. Sorry. That ain't it. It's not going to work for me. So I will, I get where he's coming from on that one. Where are we at? Oh, I think we made it, guys. I think we made it to the end. All right, we'll look at the poll results, and then we'll jump into the next part of the show, which is going to be our super chats. Right, all right. Yeah, so almost 90% of people said right. Yeah, I understand the people who say no, it's not right. I get it, but for me, this private property is where all bets are off. Right? You come into my home, especially too. Oh, dude. No. Castle laws, right? Castle doctrine. It's a big thing, right? Your house is your castle. Your home is your castle, right? Everything's different there. So, okay. Yeah, Sparta kick. Yeah, and she literally was. You could see it. She got her camera out. She's trying to film inside of his house. Nah, dude. Not into it. Anyway, on all other circumstances, right? I would never support that. But at your house, after being doxxed and after having somebody show up to your house and try to kill you, I'm out, dude. Okay. We did it. Thank you all so much. Still got 8,000 people here at the end of the show. Awesome. Thank you very much. So, of course, now at this point, we finished the regular portion of the show. We are going to jump into the super chats. All right. Jump into the super chats. Thank you all so much. If you were just here for the regular part of the show, we will now commence the supers. All right. Here we go. Let's keep it moving here. All right. Let's knock them out. We've got to get back to where we were. Oh, here we go. Odin says, combat vet here. They teach us to dehumanize instantly. We aim at targets and not human silhouettes. True. 100% true. You got to be able to do that. You got to be able to decompartmentalize things and dehumanize to be able to do the job. And it does have an effect on you mentally for sure. Great point. Rube says, sharing my lunch money with you. Well, thank you, Rubes. I appreciate it. Thank you. We can get a bottle of Coke in this economy, in Trump's economy. You want accountability? Dan Blazarian, Casey Poosh 2028, or Blazarian Massey 2028? Well, I mean, he's running for Congress. We'll see about that, but I'm definitely going to support him against Randy Pine. I'll tell you that. That's a 100% chance. Care what they say. They can do another hit piece on me if you'd like. Right? Go ahead and do another hit piece on me if you'd like. Don't care. When it comes to a guy who's out there saying that Christians from Azerbaijan shouldn't be allowed to be in Congress, nah. Pound sand, dude. Will says, my wife and I both served. I was injured in 2007 from an ID blast. We both served 13 years together. Well, thank you for your service, and I hope you're doing all right, man. Hope you're doing all right. Thank you very much. Dennis, thank you. Roddy says, hard to fit in again, even with family. This is true. True. Takes a lot of work. Took me a lot of work. Took me a lot of behavioral health. My wife told me, 2019 told me, you better go get your shit fixed or this ain't going to work out. And she meant my brain, right? So I've been there. Guys. Stats guy says, I thought you said in your Special Forces errant role models video that you were a sociopath who hasn't lost a wink of sleep about it for your dirty deeds. Correct. Yeah. A lot of the times that's true. Yeah. And you don't think that there is mental problems that go with that? Yeah, that's part of it, man. Part of it is not having issues, but also that comes with self-defense, right? But that doesn't mean I'm proud. I said I'm not proud of what I did. I'm not proud. I don't lose sleep over it. That's part of it, what it is, right? Either kill or be killed. That doesn't mean I have to be proud of what we did. You know what I mean? Those are two different things. Being proud of something and not losing sleep of it are not the same thing. All right, let's keep moving. Casual says, that video hits deep. I admit I was radicalized during the deployments. After I got out, I've changed a lot in recent years, and I'm so different. Nate, appreciate you keeping it real and honest. Yeah, and you grow over time, right? You're going to grow over time. That's another thing. You know what I mean? As you get older, like for me, the farther away I get from it, which is the culture of the military and special forces and things like that, the farther away I get from it, the more sort of empathetic I become towards what that war was, right? That's just the way it is. When you get outside of the culture, that's when you can start looking back at it. Not to say culture and special forces is bad or anything like that. I don't believe that. I just mean war culture, right? When you're active duty, you're not thinking about that at all. But when you 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, start to think about those things a little bit. Idiot Carrot says, have you heard of Representative Nancy Mace calling out Representative Corey Mills on stolen valor? Yeah, we talked about that one already. That he over-exaggerated in his 2003 service and he was wearing a Bronze Star but didn't get it upgraded until 2024. Yeah, yep. There's been a bunch of stolen valor exposés on it. Brent did a big episode on that YouTube, I believe, pulled down because he was being protected by Congress at the time. But I did see that. Yeah, Corey Mills is a giant piece of shit. For sure. Chris says, 2 times here, the Afghan exit hit me very hard. Yeah, me too. The struggle is with me daily. Nate, your show helps me. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. It does to me too. I've told you guys before, I think, maybe not all of you. This is another story time, but my ODA, my Halo team ODA, actually was supposed to be, first group was supposed to be the group that went and facilitated the withdrawal of Afghanistan. And we did an entire PMT 6-month train up. Pre-deployment leave, had our beards grown out, had literally shipped our connexes of gear into country. And last minute, we were told the entire deployment's canceled. And months later, Bagram fell and we watched it. So I was literally supposed to be there with my team. And we never got an answer as to why. So I have, when I have a lot of visceral hate towards Joe Biden, which I do, a lot of it stems from that. Because I know what he did. His administration did. And there was a good plan in place to facilitate the withdrawal. I know because I was part of it. And we canceled it last second for no reason. So, yeah, it's another thing you got to deal with, right? Because then you watch a bunch of U.S. service members get killed, young kids from the 82nd, when it should have been a bunch of fucking Green Berets there. Yeah, it's rough, man. A lot of that stuff's hard. Devil says, HM3 FMF here did Marge in 2010. The moment the switch flipped was when I realized that, of course, a man will try to defend his family against a bunch of men screaming in a language he doesn't understand at 2 a.m. Cry hard. True. Yeah. You remember that it's like us rolling into their neighborhood. You rolling in and kicking in the door to your house, right? Yep. We're back to the depressing part of the show, but that's okay. It's hard for a lot of people, I know. Amigo says, my hubby is a combat veteran, did 5 tours, then contracted for SOC and Triple Canopy. He doesn't say much about what's going on with Iran because it depresses him, but I know he doesn't agree with it and sees through greatest ally now. Yeah. Well, I hope he's doing well. Hope he's doing okay. It's hard for a lot of people. A lot of us looking back on it. A lot of it is I don't want to see more, young men and women get killed for no reason. And this, obviously the unaliving crisis is a big part of that. Stewie says, love and respect from Iraq. Well, thank you. Grandbear says, hey, boomers, even Rambo was friends with the Afghans. Yeah, that was actually back during the Mujahideen, right? So we were, that's when we were, that was the first time we supplied the Mujahideen, Taliban, whatever you want to call them. 1 year as a UN soldier in Lebanon. I know. No. Ooh, that sounds not great. Thank you, John. Where's Rex said, injured in Iraq myself. Muslims were never my enemy. Yeah, it takes a while to understand that, right? And again, a lot of people don't believe that. A lot of veterans don't believe that. Somebody says, am I banned? Nope. You're able to type that comment, so you are not banned or timed out, or you would not be able to even say that. Let's see here. So Nate, any thoughts on Nick F and the incident shoving that female? Well, yes, we just covered it. So hopefully you're still here for that, or you got it. Again, I don't condone that behavior at all in most circumstances, but when it comes to someone doxing him and trying to break into his home or film inside his home, I don't really care. Stay off his private property. Leave him alone. Period. IP attorney guy says, lost a few battle buddies in Iraq. No interest in losing more for our worst ally and more profiteers. They use the same BS lies about Iraq and Iran being weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Thanks for telling the truth. Yep. WMDs. WMDs seem to be the go-to, right? Nobody believes that one this time, but they're still trying it. White House Correspondents' Dinner was as fake as the moon landing. Did you guys see my video on that today? The new security, I can't show it on live streams because you know, we've seen twice. I've had my live streams pulled down for even showing, you know, a firearm. But if you want to watch, I did a whole video on that today, and it's silly. It's real silly now that we have more security footage showing literally a dog handler talking to the suspect, literally talking to him right before, like 2 seconds, laughing and talking to him like 2 seconds before he sprints out of the room. So there's that. Make sure you check that video out if you haven't seen it yet, because it's ridiculous. Have on my Munchkin shirt today. Stacy says, happy little accident. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we'll have Munchkin back soon. Munchkin will be back soon. Haircut? What haircut? Bro, I got hair. I know that blows people's mind. I do have hair. I need more of it, though. But we're getting a hair transplant, so I have most of my hair. It's just receded. But yeah, we're getting a hair transplant here, and a consultation. We have a full transparency with my audience. I don't care. I could lie to you guys and hide it and then show back up with full head of hair. But we got the consultation with the doctor Thursday. Sick. But yeah, we're going to be getting that in the next month or two. You'll be able to see it. I'll still do content. I don't think I can wear a hat, so it'll be ridiculous, but that's all right. I don't care. It'll be fun. It'll be great to have it back. Luckily, I still have it all. It's just thin. That's part of the problem with hair transplants, is if you actually are bald, they can't really do it, but I still have all my hair. It's just thin and receding. Okay, let's keep moving. I'm a lieutenant, S1, going to Brad, looking for a S1 mentor. Well, you're gonna get a mentor at S1 from somebody. You'll be fine, I'm sure. Heavyweight says, based on data from early 2026, the name Jesus appears roughly 900 times in the Bible, depending on the translation, while Donald Trump's name appears over 38,000 times. So yeah, we're looking at actually 38 times more. That's insane. That's crazy. I hate comments saying that a vet with emotions is weak. My grandfather did Normandy and lost both legs. Ooh, yeah, my grandpa was in the 82nd and jumped into Normandy on D-Day as well. Helped at my local veteran hospital in early 2000. I was saw shell-shocked 80-year-old vets. Yeah, and they got no help. World War II, World War I, World War II, Vietnam vets, they got no help, sadly. But yeah, my grandpa was in that war as well. So all in agreement, blue wave in November. Yeah, I mean, voting-wise, I mean, yeah. I don't see any hope for Republicans. They may hold the Senate. And that's only because Democrats have to take a lot more seats than Republicans do. Republicans kind of just have to hold on in this Senate race in 2026. So there may be a split House Senate, but we don't know. There could be a full, if it's bad enough, we can see it. We can see the full blue wave. The House, of course, right? That's definitely going to be swapping. Even the betting odds are like 90-10 to that on Kalshi. Gar says, richest country in the world if you are in the 1%. True. We are a third world country outside of the wealthy areas in the country. Now, this is actually not true. And I'll tell you this as someone that's been to third world countries, definitely not true. The poorest Americans still live better than, 90+% of the world. However, if we are living in the richest country in the world, we shouldn't see poor people and homeless people, would be sort of my argument to that, to your point. But to your point, the fact that we have people as poor and in poverty stricken and homeless as we do in the richest country in the world, not great. Right. If Democrats win, they will go against rural America. I don't like, compared to what? Compared to destroying our farmers and ranchers? Because that's happening right now under Donald Trump. I see my buddies that are farmers and ranchers are getting destroyed way worse under Trump than they were under Biden. It's not even close. So my argument back to you would be, how would they be worse? For the rural, I live in the rural community. How would it be worse having Democrats in the rural community than it is right now under Trump? I'd be interesting to hear what you have to say about that, because right now it's way worse for farmers and ranchers under Trump than it was under Biden. So just some things to think about, right? When you start making points like that, you got to think, is that a good point? It might not be. But Valhalla, please get Green Beret nap time on the show. Just kidding. That guy has sub-Tatum level IQ. Just check his tweets. I don't know who that is. On Twitter, maybe. Farmers getting skull effed, tariffs, now a war. Yeah, exactly what we were just talking about. Yep. Artie says, off topic, but we're familiar with the Ducks football team. Yeah. I was on the Oregon Duck cheerleading team. So, yes, I was. I was at all the games on the sidelines, throwing the girls around. Yeah, I went to the University of Oregon. That's where my master's degree is from as well, right back there. So, yes, I am. Yes, I am. I was a Duck, right? Alumni, Duck alumni. Hi from Canada. Well, hello. Hello. Thank you. One brave legend, good-looking doggy right here. That's a great picture. Says, can we collectively agree no president should be elected if they haven't previously owned a pet? I love this comment. I bet PDF president exhibited the homicidal triad. Told you guys this before. My dad always says this. Never trust anybody who doesn't like dogs. And we talk about how Donald Trump doesn't like dogs. And I think it's a great take, right? If you don't like dogs, to me, that tells me there's something wrong with you. Sorry if you don't like dogs. Like, okay, there's some context here. If you had like an event when you were 3 years old and you got bit by a vicious dog and it's traumatized you, okay, I get it. But just for a regular person like Donald Trump, if you don't like dogs, nah, dude. Nah, dude, not for me. From one vet to another, thank you for service, and thanks for being a logical and sane voice and reason in these crazy times we have. Well, thank you. Executive services. Appreciate it. Very nice comment. Roddy says, never forget rural Reds voted for this. Yeah. Well, that's actually true. That's actually true. Yeah, the rural farming community liked Donald Trump a lot more before he became president than after. They're not big fans of him right now. Not the farmers, at least, and ranchers, not the ones I know. Real American Nomad says the family farm was already on the way out. Very convenient, among other things. This is a good point, too. This disaster makes it even easier for the corporations to get the last few. Great point. This is much like Walmart, right? Or Amazon. The family mom and pop shops have gone the way of the dinosaur, just like the way the family farms have gone away of the dinosaur. If you're not a giant farming operation, it's really tough to survive right now. So, great point. And corporations roll in and buy up all that land. United States of the Weimar Republic kind of feels like that right now. We do feel like we're in sort of Weimar Germany conditions in a lot of ways. Only invite if you can stomach him, no pressure. Invite who? Who are we talking about? I forget who were we talking about. Stomach who? I forget. I know we were talking about somebody. Maybe you guys can remind me on that one, what we were talking about. These are the real files they're hiding. Well, there's another at least 3.5 million of them. And isn't it interesting that they're hiding them? The original ones we saw were really, really bad. I can only imagine the ones they refuse to show us, what those say, Wandernub says, EOD, Iraq war vet, those who compartmentalize did better for a bit. Trust no government, F this war. Yeah, compartmentalization is a big way to sort of mentally survive. And it's also a sociopathic trait that we were talking about earlier, that sociopaths typically are able to handle the trauma of combat and war a lot better because they're able to compartmentalize what they've done. It's not necessarily the healthiest thing mentally to do, but it does help you while doing the job for sure. Kiwi says, Americans, you need to take your country back. It's what you have the Constitution for, protect you from infiltrators, both foreign and domestic. So when, yeah, Kiwi, you're not wrong. But you know what we don't have, I believe it's, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Kiwi. I'm pretty sure it was New Zealand that a few years ago, they have a process to where if they lose faith in their government, they can recall the entire government. I'm pretty sure it was New Zealand that recalled all their politicians and made them all rerun a few years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was New Zealand, which is wild. I mean, we definitely need that. I wish we had that. You know what I mean? Democrats will round up rurals using ICE. Well, they're going to round me up. Democrats are going to round me up, homie. I don't think so. We're getting a little off the deep end here. Talking about Democrats What are they gonna? They're gonna round us all up, and then nobody's gonna run any of the farms and ranches or anything. What are they gonna do with us? I don't know, man. It's a tough sell that Democrats are coming to get me. Sorry, homie. Maybe, but I just don't see it happening. All right. Trump deported all the guys that worked on my farm. Then, yeah, talk about who will come for your farm. It turns out this administration actually will come for you. To the point we just made. Deported all the guys that worked on my farm. Then I made it so I can't afford tractor diesel, and fertilizer. Fine fertilizer. Yeah. My buddies are talking about that exact same thing this week. Yep. Imagine celebrity deathmatch in today's age. The possibilities are endless. It's bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. Celebrity deathmatch. You guys remember that show, the Claymation show? What was that on MTV where they had that? I remember that. Or Comedy Central, maybe it was it. I remember that show. That's funny. Butch says, what if we took all the money we give to our greatest ally and give it to our congressional representatives for doing things that make America respectable again? Or like maybe just don't give the money to our politicians either. Maybe just instead of sending all that money to foreign countries, we just use it on domestic projects that help the country. Infrastructure, just like anything here would be great. Veterans, homeless veteran crisis. There's 1,000 different things that we could use that money on. 1,000 different things we could use that money on that are not foreign countries' militaries. But I agree with you on that, on the first part of that. I don't want to give it to the politicians either, though. They don't need it either. They make enough money insider trading. They don't need any extra. Pirate says, father died in Vietnam. I joined the Marines at 16. I believed the Iraq lie, knew Afghanistan was done, then learned about the Greater Israel Project with Iran. See it differently now. Well, I'm sorry to hear that about your dad, man. But yeah, I think that's a lot of us in the noticing phase has done that for us. Thank you. Teresa says, when will you people get it poison the food, alter the atmosphere, collapse the economy? And where did we get plastics from anyway? We were getting, I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, they're doing all those things for sure. And we saw that with Maha, right? We just saw with glyphosate. Monsanto now is being protected by this administration for giving cancer to farmers. Yay. But yeah, that is happening for sure. Donnie Antoinette, let them eat affordably. Donnie Antoinette, let them eat affordably. That's funny. It does feel very let them eat cake-ish right now, doesn't it? Rod says only companies like Deft will survive. I'm not sure what Deft is. Thank you. Would you do a stream with Tim Miller? I don't know who Tim Miller is. I might. Maybe I'd have to look at a picture. I'm not. There's a lot of people out there, guys, for me to remember. I know a lot of people by their face, right? When I see them on content and stuff, but I forget names. But I'm not sure if maybe I know who that is. I don't remember by the name, though. Oil exec profits from this war should go to farmers. That I agree with. Thank you. Backman. Shit. What's up, brother? I haven't seen you in a little while. Our favorite fighter on the channel. Keep doing you. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for supporting the channel for as long as you have, man. Low profile Paul says, I'm sure you answered this already, but when will we see the new studio? Ideally Friday. Again, I talked about it before. It is done. The studio is done. I just got to do the background and make it look correct. And the final piece, the main part of the studio, is arriving Friday. So what I'm going to try to do is Thursday, after I'm done filming the video for the day, get it all set up, and then ideally Friday we'll be good to go. So, but yeah, it's the podcast studio itself is done. Oh, the gun range is done too, guys. I didn't even tell you about this. I forgot to tell you guys about this. I built a 100-meter gun range at my house. Literally, let me see. I'll post a picture here up to my Dropbox. We literally just finished building it Saturday. So on Patreon, we're going to start doing a bunch of our firearms content that we cannot do here on YouTube, if you're interested in that. Also, the gym is Combatives gym and regular gyms being renovated at our house. So we're going to have all kinds of cool stuff going on. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Show it to you guys. My buddy Brian came over and excavated it and built it out for us. Oh, here it is. Right here. Come on. Oh, there we go. Oh, I stopped sharing on accident. Didn't mean to do that. Let me pull that back up. There it is. I can't. This never lets me zoom, man. Oh, wow. That's way zoomed in. Okay, here we go. So it's about 10 feet tall. And we got the berm on the side. But and then it goes about 150 meters back. Oh, wait. No, that's not what we want. But yeah, there it is. I got to go in here and flatten everything out and do a little aesthetic work to it. Oh, I didn't pull it up. My bad. There we go. There it is. So again, it's about 10 feet tall around the berm. Then I got to get in there and flatten everything out. But we're pretty much there. Pretty much done. Gonna be dope. Gonna be dope. You guys can't see it. Wait, that didn't... Why didn't that... It showed it on my screen. Did you guys see it? You guys can see it now, right? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, about 10 feet tall all the way around. So, and then I got to get in there and flatten it all out. Hopefully get the grass to grow back up. But yeah, I'm stoked. We're going to be able to start finally doing, our farms content. So anyway, thank you. I got a little sidetracked there. The Kool-Aid maker says put acetone in the gas tank when filling up can increase efficiency by 40%. I think this is probably not true, so don't do this, please. That sounds like a bad idea. I don't know, but I'm assuming that's a bad idea, so I'm going to say don't do that. JD is playing Saints Row 3 in real life. Oh, that's funny. Free JD hats. Do it, Nate. Yeah, I know. We need to. Shekels is a banned word. Is it? It probably is, dude. That's crazy. Armweth says crowdsourcing funds for poaching Anna Kasparian. You two would steamroll across the nation, dynamic duo, or use it how you see fit. Freedom is a choice. I know. So Jesse had talked to, I think, Jank maybe about potentially doing some content with him sometime. I'm trying to get a hold of Anna's team to come on the show at some point. I think that'd be great. You guys know I think she's awesome. So we're working on it. Dranrak says, I needed a new vehicle, decided to buy a Bronco Raptor 2 weeks before some clown started a war. Yeah, $100 to fill up now. Prices are ridiculous for everything. I'm glad to get to pay taxes for billionaires. I'm so pissed. Yeah, man. That's not funny, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you bought a gas guzzler when gas was cheap. Right before that. That's a slap in the face, man. That's a bad luck, man. Sorry to hear that, dude. Cool car though. Cool vehicle, but if those tractors are like trucks, for every $1 you spend in fuel, there's another $1 in hidden costs. That's 100% true. 100% true. I've got a tractor now, and I'm still working on getting it all to work. Well, no, we got it working. I haven't used it yet too much though. But my buddy Brian, who excavated the range for me. So my buddy, you guys have seen my Charlie Kirk ballistic test video. My buddy that was competition shooter that was shooting, that's my buddy Brian, who is a big farmer here, and he built the range out for me. So shout out to him if he's watching. Bird Shadow says, in Buddhism, exorbitant hoarding of wealth at the expense of others will land you in the lowest level of hell after you die. Have fun, billionaires. Well, they better hope Buddhism isn't it, right? Or they're not going to be having a good time. About all the social media messages and emails, hit me up sometime for a few ways to triage them and keep your sanity. I'll DM my primary email over on Patreon as well. Yeah, hey, cool, man. Let me know. I definitely got to get that figured out at some point. We now have like a couple different emails that the my wife can help run, but yeah, we do get spammed for sure. So I try to keep up with everything, but it's a lot. Thank you. Silence is complicity. Big $50 donation. Very, very generous of you. Says, so grateful for you and the truth being put out. No matter how hard I try, the algorithm keeps me down or cuts my streams. Yeah, you definitely could deal with this. When I want real answers, is where I come from, especially anything war related. Hard to find people with morals anymore. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is brutal. I know Jesse on Fire has been getting popped with limiting and shadow bans and the algorithm smacking him down a lot. A lot of people in this space have been recently, and it kind of makes me wonder what is really going on, and we can tell based off of our backside analytics when stuff like this is happening. So again, yeah, it's not great. Thank you very much, though. That's very, very generous of you. Kelly says, do you ever think that they are just rubbing our faces about Trump being a pedo, like the girls dancing for him? Sometimes it feels like that with the Epstein files. Sometimes it feels like they're bragging, right? Doesn't it feel that way? Like they showed them to us. They're like, here, look at what we did. And then they're like, but by the way, we're not going to do anything about it. Fuck you. Right? Doesn't it feel like they bragged about it? Like they wanted us to see it, but then also wanted us to know that there was nothing we could do about it at the same time. It literally feels like humiliation ritual. That's a great term for that. That's a great term for that. It does feel like a humiliation ritual on the American people, where they just brag about it, and shove it in our faces, and then tell us you guys can't do shit about it. It does feel that way. Mexico getting universal health care. Meanwhile, United States, everybody is with us, man. At this point, did you guys know? I believe I saw this reporting. I can't confirm if the numbers are true, but I'm going to assume it's true. I think Bernie was talking about it. The amount that we've already spent on the Iran war could have funded universal health care for all Americans. just the little bit we've spent on this war already could have funded universal health care for all of us. So, but again, I'm a liberal. If I say that I'd rather the money be spent on universal health care than bombing brown people, that makes me a liberal. So I guess I'm a liberal. Right? I'm fine with that. But yeah, I'd prefer that personally. I don't know how you guys feel. Let's do a poll, right? I think that's a good one to do a poll for. Is, let's find out what people would rather their tax dollars being spent on. It's your tax dollars. It's our tax dollars, I should say. I fucking pay them too. But let's do a poll here, and you get to choose where your tax dollars go. All right, Iran war, universal health care. Let's say if you just had to choose between the two, where would you rather your tax dollars go? Right? We got a pretty heavy conservative audience in here, so we'll see. We'll see what everybody says. But we'll find out. Mark says the Orange Pig bankrupt AC New Jersey. Why do people think he was a great businessman? Yeah, how many bankruptcies he'd have? 7 or 8, I think. Maybe more than that. Bobby said, Nero did the same stuff. We all know how that ended. Yeah, that's a great point. Yes, he did. Bread and Circuses, we'll see how well it lasts here, Bobby. I don't think that White House UFC event's going to go very swimmingly. I just don't. I don't see many people wanting to support it. Okay. I'm not going to read that one. I voted for Trump for everything going on. Well, there you go. You actually didn't. You didn't vote for Trump for everything going on because Donald Trump didn't campaign on any of the things going on. So if you voted for him, it wasn't for this. You might be happy about what's happening. That's fine. But you didn't vote for him for it because he didn't run his campaign on it. But it's also very weird. Very weird thing to think is good. But okay, everybody's got their own opinions, and that's fine. Queen gave him a stance, and look at this fucking guy. Oh yeah, when he stepped in front of her. VDs, that shit's got to be messed up. VDs. All right, man. Cool. Yeah, maybe. You know what I think I really want to have happen though? I think the funniest thing ever. I do want them to find a way for Donald Trump to be able to legally run for president in 2028. I do actually want them to find that loophole out, because if they do that, guess what that means? Barack Obama can also run for president in 2028. And how fucking funny would it be to watch Barack Obama and Donald Trump run against each other? Because Obama's it'd be the biggest blowout in presidential history. Obama would probably take 50 states. How funny would it be to watch Donald Trump lose to Barack Obama? That would be the funniest thing that's happened in a long time. So I actually do support finding a way for him to run, because then Obama could run against him. And I think it would be the funniest race ever. And if Obama won, whatever, like, it would be better than him. So I think Obama's a better candidate than anybody the Democrats have right now. So why not? You know what I mean? The biggest controversy that dude has was wearing a tan suit and wearing a bicycle helmet. We could get back to that. That would be hilarious though, to watch Watch Obama run against Trump. Oh my gosh. The wounds on Trump are child bite marks. That's dark. That's a dark one. Amanda says, hey, Nate, missed the last live and the chance at a hat. Well, VFT, just in case. There's no more giveaways on that. We'll have more giveaways in the future, of course. Just in case you had an extra hat from outside the U.S. winner. No, I think I think everybody's been accounted for at this point. But thank you. Thank you. Trump scars are okay, we had this one already. Jesus. Ghost Rider says our president can barely stand until you parade some jailbait around. Then he's able to dance like Carlton from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Yeah. Ninja says the strait being closed also has increased the cost of plumbing. Interesting. A lot of our because of plastic. Yeah. Okay. This makes sense. A lot of our plastic materials are imported and at least partially derived from oil, petroleum products. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. You start to think about everything that's made out of petroleum. There you go. The longer this goes, the more it rises. Great point. That's something that's a trade that I would have never thought about as being one that's being heavily hit cost wise to this. And there you go. It's everything, man. It's literally everything. Those aren't wounds, they're stretch marks. How could we ever trust the government after this BS? You should never trust the government. Ever. Our founding fathers didn't trust the government, homie. That's how we became a country. America was founded on not trusting the government, right? So it's kind of in our DNA. It's supposed to be, don't tread on me, right? It's supposed to be in our DNA as Americans that we just inherently do not trust the government, but somehow MAGA has turned into the party of trust the government at all costs. Do not question the government. But yeah, we're not supposed to trust the government. There you go. We're supposed to trust God, right? Yeah. That's, yeah. And you're not going to be able to, but also we shouldn't. We just really shouldn't. I heard the mob use the term 86 meant 8 wells. Yeah. First time I ever heard of this was when Donald Trump posted it. I literally never heard this term in my life. I've heard the term 86 all the time. We use the term 86 all the time in the bar and nightclub scene. Never once had I ever heard this until Donald Trump's True Social posts. Yeah, again, I get that maybe this is an urban legend or something, but in common American rhetoric, 86 means to be banned from an establishment, not some weird mob murder thing. If you were to walk up and ask 100 Americans what does 86 mean, maybe one of them would say that, but I doubt it would even have one. Everybody would tell you, no, it means to ban somebody from an establishment. That's why that indictment and the lawsuit will never hold up against him. 86 in the restaurant kitchen means an item is on the menu is sold out. There you go. Bobby says, when seashell art becomes more important than stopping child predators, our DOJ's moral compass is effed. 11 months worth of FBI resources to bring down seashells on a beach. Thank you, Cash Patel. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate you, brother. Whereas Rack says, Trump's wounds are from women fighting him off gross advances. And I'm about to be petty. Trump is a loser. If he can't sue you into oblivion, he's legit one of the weakest frail men to ever exist. Yeah, and you know what he won't sue you for? He won't sue you for calling him a PDF. It's the one thing he will not sue anybody for. Isn't that interesting? That's the one. That dude has sued, I think he's done hundreds, if not thousands of lawsuits. But he refuses. He refuses. Wait, JD's here? Oh, shit. Is he? Where's our boy? JD, we showed everybody, dude. They all saw it earlier, brother. They saw you. But he's here. He's back. Our boy's free. He can tell you the story on his next live. Well, I can't go live stream yet, but once he can. Once JD's back. He's not officially back. He might be here, but he's not back. JD, when are you officially back? I think he's got another week left. But yeah, I think JD's still got another week before he'll be back. But I know he's here for now. But back in the content creation. All right. Rogan's whole personality is being a day late and a dollar short and expecting people to find that level of oblivious endearing. That's actually kind of fair for a lot of things. You know, he's talking finally about the Epstein files. It's like, bro, We are like 6 months deep into this thing, bud. You know, my net worth went from $10 to $30. I 3X. That's the way to do it. Airwolf says, have you heard about one of Trump's own Secret Service guys waxing himself member in some hallway? I have not heard about that. I haven't heard that one. Katie says they can't arrest Fauci. We have another pandemic. They're cooking up on that cruise ship. This should be fine. Ugh. I have heard them. I have heard the rumors that COVID 2.0 is coming. To your point, Katie. God, I can't deal with that shit. The thing is now we're so disenfranchised with the government that nobody's gonna go for that bullshit this time. Right? Americans are so pissed off about government overreach that at least I would expect, but who knows, right? The only one to ever come close to matching George Carlin was Whitest Kids You Know, fucking top tier political comedian gods. Oh yeah. Although George Carlin's the GOAT when it comes to political comedy, he's the GOAT for sure. They were great though. Until wasn't it their main guy who fell off a balcony or something like that? He was the one that did all the 9/11 jokes and parodies. I believe. Have you guys read the book What Was Asked of Us? I have not. I don't think I have, at least. Thank you. Brian says Trump's boo-boos are from BB. S&M for sure. Why do you think he keeps flying to DC? That's a funny one. Taco says algorithms designed to drive engagement by instilling hatred and anger in an us versus them tribal information silo isn't good for civilization, but it is profitable. This is a great point. This is true. And they do this. And that's why you see so much of it. That's why you see so much left versus right divide on social media, right? That's why I try not to engage in it. Or at least on my channel, you're not going to get it, right? There's no tribalism. We're here to attack the left or we're here to attack the right, right? We might dunk on both sides for doing dumb shit, but we do it pretty evenly and pretty fairly and pretty unbiased, I think. And try to be fair to both sides the best we can. Brian says, don't forget what type of showers Trump would have in Russia. But BB says, okay, I can't even say that one. That's a little too much. You guys get a little over the top here. I'm in Sherwood, Oregon. Okay. My aunt and uncle used to live in Sherwood. And you're exactly right. It's not left versus right, working class coming together. You'd love to see it, but like we talked about, they're doing everything possible to keep us divided. But best we can do is just doing what we're doing here, you know. Strip the data centers of their rare earth minerals. That's what you can do to protect yourself from Palantir. Yeah, the data centers are a big. We're now moving into this thing where we want to have the government pay for these data centers and the energy needed and stuff like this. They basically want to have the government subsidize this, which for me is like, no, dude. If your shit's not profitable, then no, the government doesn't need to be paying for it. Sorry, especially not for data centers. My opinion. Rachel says, you reading my super chat last week about me being hacked got me access to my email again. Thank you for your service and honesty and impact. Well, I don't know if I had anything to do with it, but I'm glad to hear you got it back. You know what I mean? I don't know if I got that much power, but maybe. No. Thank you, though. Chris says, November can't come soon enough. I'm eager for political change. It's going to be before November, though, right? Because that's when the actual elections are. The primaries and the generals are going to be, we're going to start seeing all the campaigning for that very, very soon. Well, there's already some of it, right? Can't take Trump and his administration anymore. They need to go. We'll see if they go anywhere. We already have Hakeem Jeffries already talking about how if Democrats take the House and the Senate, that he's not going to impeach Trump. So you got Chuck Schumer and Cory Booker and Hakeem Jeffries literally working for Trump. So the Democrats got to get that figured out. If the Democrats don't get a hold of this blue MAGA bullshit and get it out of the party, then they're cooked too, right? And then as soon as it swaps, I'm just going to spend all my time trashing, the blue MAGA Democrats. So hopefully the Democrats can figure that shit out and get it fixed because, again, yeah, the blue dog Democrats, the blue neocons are just as bad. They're all just as bad. Yeah, they all got to go. They're all they're the leadership of the party, right? That's the problem is they're the ones in charge of the party. So They gotta get whopped off too, for sure. Kenneth says, viewers, Edward Snowden leak caused the former directors of intelligence agencies and House oversight on foreign intel to make Patriot Act, USA Act legal in the United States to avoid treason. You are screwed. Yeah, and then you put FISA on top of that. Yeah, think about that. The fact Edward Snowden is still not allowed in this country after he exposed what he exposed. The fact nobody's pardoned him yet is wild. But again, the uniparty, baby. The uniparty. Chase says, man, Chase looking jacked as fuck over here, huh? Isn't it funny how people laugh at you for supporting the Second Amendment when you cite tyrannical government negotiation, but the first thing we do when helping overthrow tyrannical government is arm the citizens of said country? That is 100% true. We, as Green Berets and the CIA, we literally do this. That is the very first thing we do, is arm, train, advise, and equip. That's the Green Beret mission set. Train, advise, equip a foreign nation's civilian populace. That's literally our job as Green Berets. So that's a great comment. That is the very first thing we do to deal with the tyrannical government. That's why I'm such a staunch 2A. Shall not be infringed, right? And a lot of people kind of get upset with me when I say that, because I'm such staunch, where again I say I think felons should be able to own firearms in the United States. You paid back your debt to society. Why the hell can't you own a firearm? If you are safe enough to be in a community where my kids are, then you're safe enough to own a firearm, in my opinion. So anyway, that's a hard line far right, one of my hard line far right politics. Obviously, I'm not far right on everything, but when it comes to that, First Amendment, Second Amendment, I'm as far right as it gets. Although, so are a lot of Democrats, right? So that's the thing about 2As. We just saw that with Graham Plattner. It's really not as much of a left versus right issue, right? There's a it's probably the most bipartisan supported amendment, the Second Amendment. Well, First Amendment used to be until MAGA hates it, but tons of Democrats are staunch 2A, pro 2A as well. So, but that's just one of mine. Silence is complicity. Thank you for very, very generous donation. For that $100 dono. Says, really and truly, you and Ian woke me up. I think Ian just went live, did he? Nate, truly, in your opinion, how do we take our country back? I have hope with so many people seeing the effery. How are you able to speak the truth on here? I'm being cut during lives and not even able to monetize, buried in the algorithm. Well, to be honest with you, part of the reason why is because my channel is pretty big. And people aren't going to want to hear this, but this is the way YouTube does it. There's a reason why, and I'm nowhere near like Candace or Tucker, but we do have a pretty big channel and we do pretty big views. The bigger your channel gets, the less they fuck with you. They like to gut the smaller channels easier because it's not as noticeable. So think of it this way. If they came out and banned Candace Owens' channels on YouTube, boom, just banned her, wiped her off, what would happen? People would lose their minds, right? Like people would be screaming about it. Same with Tucker Carlson, same with any of these big channels. So that's kind of the way this works on social media, is they're now not completely, right? If you could very easily get popped if you're a big channel too, but that's usually the way it is they're more hesitant to censor bigger channels because if the optics on it are bad. Right. And it doesn't matter who you are, left, right, center. If you like ban Hassan's channel or you ban Asmongold's channel, looks really bad, right, to everybody. So that's just kind of the way. Yeah. Let the algorithm handle it. Yeah. So, for example, when my channel was much, much smaller, I would get hit for demonetization and flagged for limiting and all that stuff way more than I do now. And that's just the name of the game. Nah, I'm just saying, my point is big channels like that, if you go and try to ban them and censor them, it's like everybody notices and then everybody gets pissed. So they're clever. They're clever about how they do this, guys, right? And unfortunately, targeting smaller channels is typically how they do it. But thank you very much. Hopefully, be careful. So also, if you notice, here's some advice I'll give you. Use code words. If you notice in my regular videos, every bad word is bleeped out. Everything is censored. I use code words for everything. understand the algorithm, understand what they're trying to censor you for, and be smart about it, right? So that's what I would say with that. You notice I say our greatest ally instead of saying the actual country's name. There's a reason why I do that, and it's for that. AJ says, use a thermal imaging optics and NVG to figure out where the cameras are at the data centers. Take out cameras with a projectile. I don't think I can even read this, AJ. I don't want that. I don't want me reading that out loud to somehow get flagged for the domestic T word. But thank you, brother. Stacy, oh my gosh, another big donation from Stacy, big $100 dono. What you so much. What an honor for Cash. Worst FBI director ever. And Hoover was a cross-dresser. Yeah, that's why I like to call him J. Edgar Boozer as a spin-off of Hoover on that one. But Trump surrounds himself with sycophants. Look at Hegseth. That mother, dude, Hegseth is, I don't know what happened, man, because remember, we forget about this. And thank you very much, Stacey. It's very, very generous. To your point with Pete, do you guys remember when he went on Sean Ryan's podcast before Trump was elected? And he sat there and he talked about how he's a recovering neocon and how terrible it was, the global war on terror, and no idea why I was there, and how horrible it was the United States was embroiled in a 20-year conflict in the Middle East. He literally fucking sat there in that chair and said all the same shit I'm saying. Then Trump gets elected, he becomes sec def, and he immediately turns into the biggest neocon cuck you've ever seen in your life. Right? And it's like, what happens with these people? You know, they just throw away. Maybe he never believed anything he was saying on Sean Ryan to begin with, but it's like, dude, you sat there for 4 hours and said all of the America First talking points, all of the anti-war talking points, all of the anti-wars in the Middle East talking points. The second you came in power, boom, you're a simp for another war in the Middle East. Again, yeah, I think you're probably wrong. You're probably right. Sorry, was my point on that one. Well, I love you too. Thank you. Okay, let's keep moving. AJ says, to add to my previous, well, I couldn't even read it, bro. I can't read those ones. I'll let the chat read them. Airwolf says, Bonnie was chosen because Trump University, he gave her $25,000 and then she didn't prosecute him. Also, do you guys notice how the reason we now know the reason why she was let go was so that she wouldn't be able to be subpoenaed over the files. They're very crafty. Aren't they crafty? Aren't they crafty? All of the things the Trump administration has done to try to hide these files. It's like, I wonder what's in those remaining 3 million files. I wonder if it's tapes of things. Yeah. All right. AJ says, Dolphin music. So sad it had to come to this so long, and thanks for all the fish. Hitchhiker's Guide. Yeah. And also, how do you train a dolphin to do that? Again, Fox News boomer slop. Yeah, IED dolphins, I guess. I think it'd be a pretty tough sell to teach a dolphin to do that, but I don't know. Maybe Ron's out there teaching dolphins. Like, maybe Jesse Waters is right. Unlikely that he's telling the truth. It's obviously Fox News slop, but who knows? Joe says the only questionable or harmful thing done to America concerning Armenians, the Kardashians. That's fair. That's fair. I don't mind the Kardashians, I guess. I don't watch the show, but that's a funny joke. Well done on that one, Joe. Rachel says Massey needs rep co-sponsors on the Surveillance Accountability Act, which protects your info from being bought by law enforcement. It's critical for protecting the Fourth Amendment and abuse stalking victims like me. Yeah, well, and again, they're doing everything they can to take away that from us, aren't they? And to give the government full unfettered rights to spy on you without a warrant. Yay. Yay. Great. Thank you very much, Rachel. Appreciate you. Indigenous says they're arming the fish. They're arming the mammals. Oh, okay. That's funny. Coach, no comment. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, brother. Truth. I like that. I like that profile picture. There's the goat. I'm not a Democrat, and if there was an election tomorrow, I'd vote for... Oh, my gosh. I think a lot of people probably would at this point, to be honest. It just doesn't get much worse than Trump. Robert, big $100 donation, says, great show. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. You're looking awfully professional here, Robert. A lot more professional than I'm looking, but I appreciate you, brother. That's very, very generous of you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Dennis says, I don't believe Fox propaganda, but when have you heard of the USN MK5 Marine Mammal Program? It's feasible, I guess. NVM Fox is full of shit. Great work, Nate. Cheers from a retired gunner's mate. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a program for it. Like Austin Powers was the sharks with the freaking laser beams on their head. So maybe there's something out there. But I don't believe that Iran is holding the strait closed with IED dolphins. I'm sorry. I'm not jumping in on that one, guys. Sorry. I'm calling BS on that one. Thoughts on I've been asked this before. I've given it before. I do not believe the official narrative. Whoa, crazy, right? No, I do not believe that a bump stock that sounds like a M240 Bravo machine gun. Sorry. I know what a bump stock can do. And the audio I heard from that event, that was not a bump stocked rifle. That was a fully automatic heavy machine gun that we heard. So, yeah, I don't believe the official narrative on that one at all. Have you been keeping up with Graham Plattner? Yes, we covered Graham on the show. We covered it on the show tonight. I don't know if you saw that or not, but yep, I have been. We used a couple of his clips tonight. Roddy says, only investing in the market can keep up with inflation. This is true in most cases, unless the market tanks. There's been periods of time where this is not true, by the way. It's been true recently in the last 20 years in companies like DEF, for example. So, yeah, typically, right, you want to be invested because inflation is eating away at your money. The problem is if the stock market goes down, then actually it's even worse for you. So this assumption works given the idea that the stock market perpetually goes up, which historically over the last 20, 30 years, that's been true. But there's also been periods in time in the United States for close to 30 years has had no growth whatsoever. So you never know. It's all risk unless you're one of Trump's buddies. Then it's not risk. But typically, yes, this is a correct statement. Unless you're in like real estate or things like that, right? There's obviously other investments, but typically, safe investments are the only way to match inflation. Trump is a paid shill for billionaires. True. Check out Bella of the Ranch. She's a medevac nurse, background in economics, and has the most honest and careful channel I've found on YouTube. Bella of the Ranch. Okay, I'll look that up. I'm always looking for new good content creators to go look at. JD tuned me into Shoe on Head for the first time the other night. So I've been watching some of her stuff from, when you guys suggest some good content creators to me. I watch a lot of different content creators. You guys know that. Wide range. As wide as it gets. Far left to far right, baby. I want to know what everybody's thinking. Jen says, can't believe how much this channel has grown. Yeah, crazy, huh? Congrats, Nate. Clearly being an independent thinker, true seeker, and bullshit caller is in demand. Yeah, it is, I guess. And honestly, that gives me a little bit of hope. We are not alone. So we are so many. Yeah, that's true too. I think, I'd like to think that it's all me and I'm that talented, but I think a lot of it has to do with there's just so few people in the social media space just calling shit like you see it. Like without the tribalism from the left to the right, like, hey, this looks bad, or hey, this looks good. I don't think there's very many people that are actually doing that. That doesn't have like a massive political leaning slide on it. Now there are some. You got people like Ian Carroll out there, right? But not very many people are doing it from an independent standpoint. Me and Ian, for sure. I think me and Ian probably have the most diverse audiences on YouTube. Far left to far right would be my guess. Yeah, it's an honor that I have such a diverse audience. It's cool. All right, but thank you very much. Christina says the pic you showed of Cat Turd was photoshopped. In the original, he wasn't shirtless. Well, I mean, it's still funnier that way. Also, still a dork. Anyway, Alex roasted him, and it was funny. Constitution Absolutist Party. I kind of like that, yeah. I'm a big constitutionalist. for the most part. So I kind of like that idea. That's what's supposed to be conservative and supposed to be. It's not anymore, unfortunately. We've seen that. MAGA equals connoisseurs of Peters. Okay. Roddy says, thing is, Loomer represents white America. She's not white. She's Jewish. Well, she's not actually. She lies about that. But if you ask her, that's what she would tell you. But she lies about that. She's not actually Jewish, but she does say she is. Anyway. Laura Loomer, maybe 3 in general. Oh, bro, a 3. That's gracious in the general pop, but she's a solid 9 at the sheep. Okay. All right. Jasmine is now we got a good one. Jasmine is the greatest mod in the universe. Yeah. Jasmine crushes. Jasmine is the top dog around here. We love Jasmine on the show. She's been with me for a long time now. Jasmine in here? I know we haven't, Jasmine's got some stuff going on. She's not able to make it all the time recently, but she's still here. She's around. Katie says, how can Scary Larry hate anyone more than her plastic surgeon? Stop helping people sue Candace and redirect that misplaced anger. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's a funny joke. It's also true. Thank you, Kate. Og, thank you. Scott says, Don Pappas laid out the best choke point ever besides a hub video. Go Pappas. Don Pappas. I know Ben Pappas. I don't know Don Pappas. Our boy Ben is doing great content. Sean says, does the military pay for benefits differ if we are technically at war or not at war? Interesting question. Yes, depending on if you are in the combat zone or not. Okay, so like let's say you are living in, I don't know, you're living at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, you're not deployed and there's a war going on. No, you're not getting any special payments or treatment. However, if you're in Iraq or Afghanistan, yes, you're getting a bunch of extra pays, hazardous duty pay, things like that, right? So yes, if you are deployed in a combat zone, you're going to get higher pay. Also, it's non-taxed, right? Your income is untaxable when you're deployed in a combat zone. Very nice as well, especially if you're smart and you do your re-enlistment bonuses like I did in a foreign country, then those aren't taxed, right? So yeah, but as for, benefits in general, no, only if you're actually actively in a combat zone time. So the way that works. Thank you, Sean. Meta says, I'm a far left progressive and I don't support assault weapon bans. There you go. See, exactly my point. I support mental health reform. Me too, dude. You take, isn't that and funding? I enjoy guns, but we need reform. This is literally, what's so funny is me as like a far right absolutist to a absolutist. Now, I'm not far right on everything, but on this particular issue, we have the exact same feelings on this. I believe the exact same thing as you do. I want mental health reform as well. I think that's the big problem. To Graham Plattner's point, what he was saying there's 30 million AR-15s in this country. You're not banning them. You're not getting rid of them. I'm not giving them up. You can try, but you're not getting them. I lost them all in a boating accident. Sorry, ATF. I lost them, right? And everybody will do that. So it's not realistic to ban them anyway. It's not going to happen in America. So I like the idea of what can we do? Well, we can definitely look at that as an issue. So I do like your take on that. What's your opinion on Brandon Herrera after the Trump endorsement? It's pinned on his X page. He also went on Benny Johnson. I know Brandon personally. I like Brandon. I think Brandon's a great guy. I think he's a great candidate. I am worried. Brandon's, he's got to play the game politically, right? A little bit. My worry is looking at Brandon's district, which is about 70% urban, 70% Hispanic. We know that Trump support has cratered with Hispanics. My worry is that endorsement is actually going to cost him the election in the general against his Democrat opponent. That would be my worry for him. And again, I don't tell anybody what to do, but I don't think it's going to help him. And the reason why I'm saying that is he beat his Republican primary who had a Trump endorsement. Tony Gonzalez was endorsed by Trump against Brandon, and Brandon beat him without the Trump endorsement. So I don't understand the political strategy from Brandon To now, you can accept the endorsement, but like you just don't talk about it, right? If he wants to endorse you, you can't stop that. But I don't understand the political strategy with it because I'm not sure how it's going to help him in the general. If that makes sense. Now, I may be wrong, but it just seems like a net negative, you know. But I do like Brandon. I think he'd be a great choice. He'll be a very good because he's independently funded, right? Anybody who's independently funded, I like, because I know at least, right? At least even if I don't agree with their choices, they're at least making their own choices, for the most part. But anyway, yeah, we'll see how that election ends up going. But as for Brandon as a person, I really like him. So. Any updates on Tom Artyom Alexandrovich? No, I have no idea. I don't know, brother. Don't know. Thank you, though. Meta says Hassan is a Democrat socialist, not a communist. Okay, man. Semantics. I respect what you're saying. Just a polite correction. I don't know, dude. He walks around in literally a Mao Zedong fucking shirt and goes to China and talks about how awesome communism is. So I don't really care. Call it whatever you want. Again, doesn't matter to me. I still think he's free to say whatever the fuck he wants because this is America, right? Regardless of whatever he identifies as. You know what I mean? Cool. But my point, I was defending his right to say whatever he wants. I don't really care what he identifies himself as. That's irrelevant to me. Socialist, communist, democratic socialist. All right, whatever. Progressive leftists. It's all the same. In a lot of ways in America. Now, you guys will say, no, it's not. Well, okay. Again, that wasn't the point of what we were talking about. The point was, I don't care what your politics are, you should be defended when it comes to upholding the First Amendment, even if you're someone like Hassan, who I don't agree with on a lot of things. I love how the cope is. Kamala would have been worse. Never liked her, but Matt says she struggled to appoint as many idiots, enrich her family 7%, plummet the economy, and be a PDF probability. Yeah, I'm not really sure what they're claiming Kamala would have done worse or different than Trump. Let's think about worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is all the same shit, but the border's open, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, I just don't understand. That's where we've gotten to the point where it's like, well, this person might have been worse. Okay, that's like the lowest. That's like the lowest level of acceptance, right? Well, at least it's not the worst person. It's just the second worst person. Like, no, that's not how I look at politics. I want somebody that actually could do a good fucking job. Ideally. I don't really care who would have done better. Because guess what? We don't live in a hypothetical timeline. We live in the real world. And in the real world, Donald Trump is president right now. And he's doing a objectively terrible job. So I don't really care what Kamala may have done in some different universe. Irrelevant to me. Right? It just doesn't even make sense for that to be an argument. Joe Biden would have been worse. Kamala would have been worse. XYZ would have been worse. Okay, well, they're not president, so it doesn't really help us. Maybe she would have. I'm not arguing with you. I don't think she would have been good either. But again, as that to be like something that defends Trump, you know what I mean? To my point is like that's not a defense of Donald Trump's behavior. That the alternative was maybe worse for me at least. August says, I'm willing to bet the dude has tons of no trespassing signs too. The line ends there. Yeah, Nick, I'm sure he does. Yeah, after everything he's done with. Arma says, how would you advise Trump to get out of this and save face? Thank you for speaking out. Oh, in Iran? Yeah, you give them what they asked for. Which is you lift their sanctions, you leave the Middle East, you leave them a fuck alone. We have an agreement that they'll open the Strait of Hormuz, and yeah, we leave. And we tell our greatest ally, if you fuck around and break this ceasefire peace deal, you are cut off forever. That's how I would handle it. But you gotta put a leash on, little brother, or you're never gonna do anything because they're just gonna break the ceasefire every single time you try. So that would be step one: leash little brother. And I would actually just cut off all their funding personally. Wouldn't even think about it. But I'm also not blackmailed by a foreign country, so that's part of the problem too, right? Is the people in charge are literally blackmailed by the country that's not letting us leave the conflict. So I don't know. But yeah, that's what I would do. It's actually pretty simple. I've been saying it from fucking day one. Just leave. Iran's not an immediate threat to the United States. They're just not. I know everybody wants to, all the people on MAGA want to say that it's this 47-year war against Iran. I'm confused because I was in the military and I don't remember us ever being at war with Iran when I was in. Yeah. A little silly. It's a little silly out here sometimes, you know? Would be so cool if he had beware of dog signs out. Sparky got out. Yeah, that's another thing, man. You don't know. Somebody just lets a German Shepherd out onto your porch. Again, you fuck around on people's private property, man. I'm not got no interest in that at all. All right. How many more airlines do you think might close down like Spirit? This is a good question because what they're trying to tell you is the reason why Spirit closed down is because they didn't let them merge. Well, first of all, if your company's failing, it's failing. Sorry if the government didn't let you merge into some type of monopoly. I don't really care about that. They obviously weren't successful, so they shut down. Part of that, though, the main reason why they shut down is because diesel and jet fuel costs are so high that they just can't afford to stay open. So, yeah, we should expect the longer this lasts at insane prices, we probably will see more and more and more of this, to be honest. Wouldn't be shocked at all. The smaller ones will go first, obviously. You know, Spirits, Allegiance, ones like that, before the big ones. And the big ones will get bailed out. So the government will 100% bail them out. It's the way they do it. We saw that happen during COVID, right? Taco Joe says, Nick plus woman issue, call cops, prepare to repel borders, gives you legal high ground to destroy their life. Comey isn't going to be convicted, but the cost will destroy a normal American. Not necessarily in Chicago, homie. Not necessarily in Chicago. You ain't necessarily having shit done. Potentially nobody even showing up to your house. So, no, I am not somebody that waits for other men to come handle my business at my home. Me personally. I don't suggest anybody else, you know, do what you're going to do and what you feel comfortable with. But no, I do not wait for other men to protect me or my family. That's just, I don't need to. And so I'm not going to, right? Everybody's different though. And, you got to make your own decisions. Big shout out to the mods. Great live stream. Hell yeah. Shout out to the mods. Appreciate it, everybody. Thank you. You think Tucker could win a presidential election? I'm actually doing a whole video on this, so I don't want to give up too much of the juice on this one. I actually don't know. I'd like to say yes. The problem is the MAGA base is still big. Will the MAGA base abandon MAGA for Tucker over someone like Rubio? I don't know. And he'll have to have it, right? He'll get a lot of Democrat votes. He'll get a lot of independent votes. But will he have enough support in the Republican Party after his beef with Trump? I don't know. I think after 2026, we'll get a lot better understanding of it, right? If we see a massive backlash against Trump because the Republicans get blown out, that could change the landscape. But yeah, you guys want to poll? We can do a poll. What do we want to do? Do we want to do a poll of would you vote for, or a poll of do you think he could win? Let's do you think he can win? Right? That's a little bit different, but whether you would vote for him or not, a little bit irrelevant in this poll. It's do you think Tucker could win presidency? That's just a yes or no. If he ran 2028, we'll see what you guys think. I think there's a chance. I think that if he had like a Tucker Carlson, Thomas Massey ticket, I think there's a chance. But again, I don't know. The MAGA base is a problem right now for him. They really don't like him because Trump doesn't like him, right? Daddy doesn't like him, so they're not allowed to like him. I don't know if they actually don't like him or if they just say that because they're supposed to say it. But I don't know. We'll find out. Didi says, my deployments were back-to-back 2005, 2007, working with the Afghans and the elections. I fully believe what happens during a deployment molds your opinions after. Never had that visceral hate. Yeah, that's probably true. I think that's probably fair. Thank you. Sue Ann, appreciate it. Penna says, this super the Super would have been larger, but I've got to fill the tank on my moped tomorrow. Nothing but love for you. Oh, you're good, brother. Appreciate all the support all the time, man. It ain't cheap out there for anything, dude. $20 wouldn't even, I don't think $20 will even fill my lawnmower anymore. My John Deere, my little lawnmower. It's getting so crazy. Thank you, Penner. Love you, brother. Appreciate you. Wings of Shoe says, watch out for gerrymandering in districts and states. Several red states are already starting it. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of that. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out and unfolds. I'm not a fan of gerrymandering at all on either side. I don't like it. I think it should just be banned every 10 years. You get a redistrict every 10 years. That's the way it's supposed to be, right? 2020 or whenever they do it. Every 10 years, that's when you get not gerrymander, you get a redistrict. Outside of that, no. You don't just get to do it whenever you want. We put the poll up. Yeah, we put the poll up. We're still, oh, whoops, I need to close this. Let me close some of these out. Help all these goddamn tabs running the show. Okay. Let's keep moving here. Dan Bongina told people he fears that when Dems win, that he will go to jail. He's not that important. Bro, Bongina, the right hates you more than the left, bro. So you should be more concerned with the right than you should with the left. The left doesn't give a shit about you or your failing podcast, bro. You are not relevant enough for them to care. I promise you that. You'll be just fine, dude. You'll be just fine. Nobody cares about you, homie. Trump has owned at least a couple of pets. Wives, Jesus Christ. Joseph says, love Tucker, but what do you make of one dad being CIA, specifically doing propaganda, 2 inconsistencies about prior knowledge of his dad's background, and 3 involvement with JD, a V-funded channel son? I mean, his son doesn't work for JD Vance anymore. His dad works for the CIA. My dad was a Green Beret. Does that mean he's a bad person? Does that mean he's involved in the deep state? Not necessarily, no. A lot of just regular people work for the CIA. I don't know. Don't know enough about him. But I'm also a Fed, right? So don't trust me either. That's what I tell people. But nah, I don't really care. I don't really care if your dad was a soft operator in the CIA. It's whatever. Tons of people were. Again, it's something to raise your eyebrows at, for sure, right? And you go, well, that's a little odd. But yeah, his son no longer works for JD. I'm assuming that's because of the backlash between him and Trump. As for him not knowing about his dad not being in the CIA, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. For whatever reason, Tucker didn't want to tell people that. Good, bad, indifferent, nefarious. Maybe he just didn't want to know or didn't want people to know what his dad did. That's fine. But I would say, yeah, you could raise your eyebrows at that for sure. That's something he should be questioned on. If he was going to be, let's say, if he was going to be president, that's something he should 100% be questioned on in the debates, for sure. Idiot Care says, notice how bipartisan they can push a bill to condemn a Twitch streamer, but somehow they have to wait till after recess for a War Powers Act. Noticing. Yep. Isn't that funny? Channel says, have listened to the Sasha Riley interview yet. He claims Trump. I have not. I haven't seen that one yet. I know a lot of people have asked me to watch it. I haven't yet. I just forget to do it. I was attacked by a dog when I was 4. No excuses. There you go. Well, there you go. And obviously you got your puppy right there. Hardway says, I pay more attention whether or not the dog. Ooh, this is a great comment, bro. This is such a good comment, Hardway. This is so true. This is so true. I pay more attention whether or not the dog likes a person than if the person likes the dog. This is so true. When dogs don't like a person, that is the real, like, whoa, who the fuck is this guy, right? I 100% agree with you. Dogs are very good judgment of character. That's very true. Yep. Very, very true. Okay. Keep doing your thing and giving the good word. Well, thank you, JJ. Appreciate you, brother. Orange says, name your thoughts on human culling. That's what they think they're setting up. It kind of felt like that's what COVID was for, or COVID was the test run for something like that. So me personally, guys, I do not get any flu vaccines. I don't get really any vaccines at all other than what the military forced me to take because I'm just not, I don't know. I just feel like at some point, let's say you wanted to cull, 2-3 billion people. What would be the way you could do it easily? You put it in a vaccine 1 year. Wipe everybody out. So maybe that's a little tinfoil of me, but I also haven't had the flu, knock on wood, for 20 years. I just haven't got this flu vaccine ever. So, yeah, that's just my own opinion, my own personal ones. I'm not a big, I'm not like you shouldn't vaccinate your kids for like measles and like shit that's going to kill them, right? Polio. But just the ones that they want us to get all the time. Nah, dude. Nah, not for me. Penna. Oh, shit. All right. He's back. Thank you, brother, for the big $100 dono. Says, this super brought to you by change I collected rummaging through our sofa. How the hell did you lose so much cash in your sofa, dude? What the hell are you doing? You passing out with your wallet? Thank you, brother, man. I appreciate you, man. You're always super generous. Appreciate you. Thanks, Penna. When JD at the new studio? Great question. I just talked to JD about that last night. He'll be the first guest. So the in-person, there's 2 studios. It's all one big building, but one studio is going to be the in-person like this, just me. And then there's going to be a second area that's for guests, right? Like actual podcast interviewing. That's going to take me a little bit longer to set up. So that one may be in the week or so following after. And then JD will definitely be the first guest. And like, I want to figure out how to do it while live streaming. Okay. Cause I want to have guests on live stream and do it like this there's a lot of cool guests for that. And so JD will probably be on for the first couple as we work out the kinks as I figure out live streaming with different cameras and multiple people is a lot trickier than what I'm doing now. So we'll probably do that. And then JD will be the, help me out with the test dummy as we all of us together will be working our way through that. But yeah, JD will be the first person because he lives down the street. Gun range. I'm so jealous. Yeah. It's very, very cool. Very, very cool to have one at the house. Right. Obviously never had anything like that before. Big fan of the channel and thanks for your service. How do you think the Iran ends and focus later on a shift towards Cuba? God, how does it end? I don't see it ending in any other way at this point outside of us just giving up and declaring some weird strategic victory so Donald Trump can feel good about himself. And then most likely, sadly, we just leave and Iran maintains complete control of the Strait of Hormuz and oil prices probably don't come down and that they actually now control it. They enact their toll system. They probably make everybody transact in under BRICS. So that's most likely how I see this happening. It'll be an abject failure and loss for the United States, but it will get us out of this. But is that going to fix gas prices? Probably not. Not for a long time, at least. Or what's the alternative? We do a full-scale ground invasion, and that takes 20 years. That would be 10 times worse. So it's also kind of like the most optimistic scenario, I think. But I think we can tell by now that Iran is not just going to roll over. I hope we figured that out by now. So that would be my guess. That would be my guess on how it ends. But who knows? I mean, the guy in charge is a literal psychopath, so it could end in nukes for all we know, right? Special Ops says, salute from Mexico, Valhalla. Well, hell yeah, brother. Very, very cool. Have I been to Mexico? I don't think I've ever been to Mexico, actually. Been to Canada. I don't think I've been to Mexico. Yeah, I don't think so. Got to visit sometime. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Not just the Young Turks, but IHIP would also be a very interesting collab for VFT. IHIP. What's IHIP? I know the Young Turks. What am I missing here? IHIP. Somebody, what's the acronym here? What am I missing? I'm sure I know what you're talking about, but it's not clicking in my brain. Chad will help me out. Hello from Yorkshire. Oh, all right. We got our international audience tuning in. Hello, welcome. Glad to have you here from across the pond. All right. That's in England, right? I'm not thinking of someplace. There's not someplace in like Connecticut, right? Okay, I'm just making sure. Live interview, Bella Vandala. She's dumb smart. I do not know who that is as well. I've had it podcast. That sounds familiar. Podcast. I've Had It podcast. Jennifer Welch. Oh, yeah, I know them. My bad. Yeah. I know them. Sorry, I know them by their names. I didn't realize that was the name of their show. Yeah, no, I know who they are. Yeah, I would talk to them for sure. Why not? We wouldn't agree on everything, but I bet we would agree on a lot. Yeah, no, I know who they are. They seem nice. They're pretty base too. All right, let's keep moving. John says they're bragging about it. Best example is when it came to how the E-Files talked about extracting adrenochrome, then compare that to how the monsters from Monsters, Inc. extracted fear from children. Very blood chilling. Yeah, there's a lot of references to this in children's shows. Pinocchio is another one referencing to the island they send all the little boys to. Yeah, it's kind of gross. And you start to think about how many references there are to this in kids shows, Nickelodeon, the fact that the Nickelodeon splat symbol is literally Jeffrey Epstein's island. Right? There's a lot of things like that that are going, oh, it's pretty gross. Pretty gross. Yeah. Can we get your opinion on UFO, USO, UAP now, or in an episode in relation to this administration in this disclosure president? What are they? I don't think they're aliens. I think they're me personally, they seems like they're probably something that's been here for a long time. It feels like interdimensional beings to me more than it does. If you believe in that sort of spiritual thing, which I do believe in. I'm a big Book of Enoch guy, which means I believe in demons having been essentially the dead spawn of Nephilim. So for me personally, yeah, I think there's a lot of biblical ties and references, not just biblical, but across all ancient religions that have a lot of references to this type of thing. So I don't believe that they're from a different planet. I believe that they are from here or some type of different dimension. Yeah, but again, who knows? That's just me. I don't know that much about it. Other than, I mean, none of us do, right? But just from the things I've seen, that'd be my guess. Wings of Shoe on subject of taxes, the Iran government is housing people in hotels who lost houses from bombing strikes, while the United States, there are homeless veterans. Wow. Yeah, I mean, look at the Palisades, right? They still haven't fucking rebuilt the families' homes in the Palisades from the fires. North Carolina. Yeah, we're not very good about this. Forget Obama, Bill Clinton 2028. Bubba versus Trump, dude. Okay, this might be even funnier. Bubba versus Trump, dude. Okay. Okay. That might be funnier than Obama. Great point. Yeah. Obama said marriage between man and woman, pretty based. Yeah. Yeah. He was more based than he thought back then. Gavin Newsom will be president in 2028. Ugh. And tech billionaires will have their minion in the White House again. I'll say this. If we have a Newsom versus JD Vance ticket, we are fucked, ladies and gentlemen. To his point there, we ain't getting either side. It don't matter. Don't even bother voting because you're getting the same bullshit. Whether you get Gavin or you get JD, you're getting the exact same shit, to his point. Yeah, let's pray to God we don't have a Newsom Vance ticket. Oh, that makes me want to vomit just thinking about it. Alien invasion psyop to cover the files. I do think we could see it as a distraction, not an invasion, but like releasing files and different shit to it to like prove they're real, maybe. Bobby Woodchipper. Hell yeah. Thank you, brother. I don't know if JD's still in here. We could get a wood chipper. JP says, can the people who say America is a Christian nation STFU? Most of the founders were deists. This is actually true. They believed that God created us but doesn't control us. A lot of them were, not all of them, but historically this is not completely inaccurate. Also, America was not found, and I say this as a Christian, not founded as a Christian nation. It was founded as a country that allowed you the freedom to be a Christian in the way you saw fit, right? A lot of the pilgrims were actually sort of religious extremists that didn't think King George was extremist enough in his religion. So There's a lot of that. The idea that you'll see Pete Hegseth and people like that talk about it, that we were founded as a Christian nation. No, we were founded as a nation that gave you the freedom to be a Christian, right? That's the entire point. Now, there is a lot of Christian values baked into our culture. Of course there is. After, having a predominantly Christian society for 200 plus years, of course you're going to see that. But yeah, there you go. But to your point, no, we weren't necessarily, or definitely, they did. Yeah, I mean, they did. But that's not how the founding fathers. We didn't found the government to be a Christian government. That is not true. It's actually the opposite of that. True. So there's nuance and context to it. You know what I mean? To say also, it's also disingenuous to say that America has no founding Christian values to it. That would also be a silly thing to say, because that's also not true, right? So there's context there. Why did JD have a double-sided toy to begin with? You got to ask him that, brother. You got to ask him that one. That's on him. Dave Chappelle ain't too shabby. Dave Chappelle's great. One of my favorite comedians. What do you think about Ossoff for Dems 2020? Ossoff. Who's Ossoff? Ossoff. John Ossoff. Yeah, I'm familiar of him. I don't remember. I'll have to. I mean, now that I see him, I know who you're talking about, but not familiar with his politics. Sorry. Hassan might be the best way to get rid of blue MAGA. This might be fair. This is why it looks like preferably Hassan's like, that's why I call Hassan the Nick Fuentes of the left. Right? Is that Hassan pushes the boundaries of his own party in a direction that the establishment does not want to go. And good, bad, or indifferent, regardless of how you feel about that, he is moving the party away from the Chuck Schumers, away from the Jeffries, the Bookers. Now, is that in a good direction? I don't know. That's up for you to believe. But that is a good point, I think. Thank you, JD, for protecting and serving our streets. I think Sono says, imagine the crash outs on True Soldier if Trump is somehow allowed to run again, and then Obama announces a campaign, he'd be posting 10 times a day until drag kicking and screaming from the White House. It would be as much as ridiculous as it be, we would get some entertainment out of it. The crash out would definitely be real for sure. 60 Senate votes to convict. So if the emoluments clause, I don't even know what that is. That's outside my wheelhouse. Emoluments clause isn't used to strip all ill-gotten gains. That is a failure. 60 votes to convict what? For impeachment? I think it's 66 or 67 votes, right? For impeachment. Isn't impeachment 2/3? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe impeachment, you got to have 2/3 to push it through. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it's 2/3. It's not the standard 60. Chat will correct me if I'm wrong. Bandito, thank you. Nate, I was raised on 1911. What's your go-to? Walter PDP Pro is my favorite pistol. That's what I use for competition shooting. Yeah. So Walter PDP Pro. That's my favorite pistol I've ever used. That's my main go-to right now. Great gun. If you're looking for it, it's expensive. It's not cheap, but great gun. We need to stop assigning ideas to political parties. Left and right is BS. Ideas are multidimensional. This is true. This is definitely true. I think anybody who strictly has values straight down political lines, for example, of like you only believe whatever the right says or you only believe whatever the left says, most likely you're not someone who can think for themselves. I'm not trying to be rude, but you're more of a tribalist than you are an independent thinker in a lot of ways. Okay. Again, maybe you came to the own conclusion that you believe everything your party thinks and nothing the other party thinks, but that's pretty unlikely for a lot of people, for most people. And yeah, that's kind of the truth for that. Most people who are kind of independent thinkers are going to be somewhere all over the place, depending on issue by issue, right? But again, who knows? Bobby says, I fear we're getting closer to refreshing the Tree of Liberty. I don't think we're there yet, Bobby. I do think things got to get a lot worse. You got to get a lot worse. You know, as I've said this before on the channel, like my dad says, if you want Americans to have another revolution, you got to take away their iPhones, right? You got to take away their Netflix. As long as they're happy, they got a full belly, they got their phones, Americans ain't doing shit. They ain't doing nothing. Yeah. Somebody said, how much worse could it get? Oh, it can get way, way worse. Trust me. Trust me. You spend some times in the ghettos of third world countries, you'll see they could get a lot worse. Not to say things aren't fucked right now, because they most certainly are, but yeah, we can get a lot worse, sadly. JJ says, being a person that is independent as well, it's a breath of fresh air to hear someone talk about an agenda. Thank you, brother. Well, I appreciate it, man. We don't have an agenda on this show. We really don't. I mean, you guys, you obviously know that by now. I don't come here trying to convince you guys of anything. I just come here and bring you the news and give my perspective on it. And sometimes you agree with me and sometimes you don't. And that's completely fine. And that's what we like to do here. So thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Second bell on the ranch. Yeah, I wrote it down. I'm going to check that out after the show. Thank you. Roy says, from the way they flip-flop on the war, the Pentagon is like a lost private with a broken compass trying to land nav point in the swamps of Fort Bragg. Dude, that's for anybody who hasn't done it. Yeah, that's a funny one. Man, land nav. Yeah, and I spent a lot of time in land nav in the swamps of Fort Bragg, brother. Bouncing around, like you said. Taco says, was the before pic of Scary Larry wearing a cross? Yeah, because, again, she's not Jewish. She literally made that up. Like, Jewish is genetic. It's hereditary, right? And she doesn't have Jewish parents. Her mom's not Jewish. So she's already been exposed for that. Like, she just literally made it up because she thought it was cool. That's not my opinion. It's proven. That's how psychotic she is. She's fucking crazy, dude. So, yeah. That's why she's not allowed to own any firearms. That's also true. The Honda Kiwi says, if the Second Amendment is right, shouldn't we get a free one? Which one would it be thinking? Oh, wait, what? Thinking, we should get them provided by the government? I kind of like that idea. I kind of like the idea of the government providing them, but I don't think that'll ever happen, man. That's funny, though. Thank you. Green Buds and Farm says, thank you, Nate, for keeping me informed. Appreciate what you do. And I'd like to thank JD for his service. Got to get some of his merch to help him with the ban. I sent you an email after the last live. Okay, I'll look for it. Oh. You're here in Oregon near me, right? You have the cannabis grow up. My wife saw this one. Let me look back through it. We actually meant to email you back. And I got sidetracked, but yeah, I did want to. I'm pretty sure this is. Are you still here? Hopefully, you're still here, right? Are you still in the chat? If you're still in the chat, I meant to email you back so I could actually come by and see your place. So I'll look for it again and I'll hit you up because I did mean to actually hit you back. I just got sidetracked. We saw your email, so yeah, I'll take a look, man. Thank you. Timmy's 50 bag. Timmy's bag of 50 grenades. We love a good Tim Kennedy joke. It's been a while. Go on the podcast and talk to Brandon, please. Unsub podcast. We talked about doing it in Vegas while I was out there and just haven't been out there. I haven't been back to Texas yet, so I'll hit the guys up when I go back out to Texas. But I haven't been back out there yet. I saw him in Vegas, but that's the last time I saw the Unsub guys. Kamal would have brought January 6th 2.0. Okay. OG Ducks. Oh, there we go. I don't know if this is OG Oregon Ducks. Maybe. Willing to do a deep dive on the No, I'm not. There's certain content I will not do content on because I don't want my channel banned. And this is one of them that can get your channel banned. So no, I'm not going to do any content on that. I give you my opinion on it, but no deep dives. There's certain topics that are just not, and this is one. The government will straight up nuke your shit if you try to talk about this, which should tell you a lot, by the way. Tell you a lot, but no, I give you my opinion on that one. I don't believe the official narrative at all. There's a lot of story to it, but yeah, I won't be doing content on that one, unfortunately. Some of them are just too dangerous, sadly. But to my point, if the content's that dangerous to talk about, then it's most likely got some conspiracy that's probably true to it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, they would let anybody talk about it. You got to have a Tucker Carlson size channel to have the balls for that shit. Trump's frat, Alpha Sierra Sierra, TAC Hotel, Oscar Lima. Hold on, Trump's frat. Asshole. There we go. I had to figure out what you were acronyming out there, but yeah, Trump's frat, asshole. Got it. Good one. Six's mom says, just wanted to shout out to your parents. You were raised with people who had differing opinions. That's true. That is very true. My mom is pretty far left and my dad is very far right. Very, very true. And can still discuss and love each other, see every issue individually, and make up your mind. You learned well, I remember. Yeah, that's very true. And that's probably where I get my independent streak from, right? Is my mom is a progressive Democrat. My dad's far right. Far right. Although he's moved to the center. My dad's more of a moderate right now. He's come this way quite a bit. But yeah. Yep, I did. Parents, two different and it's funny because for the longest time, my sister is a progressive Democrat and I was a far right conservative. So we were like split right down the middle in the household. Now I'm way towards the center, obviously. Agree with my sister on a lot more than we used to. And my mom as well. They like to tell me that they were right about Trump. And they were. They were right. Yeah, they were right the whole time. Jay says, my wife is laughing at you calling me jacked. I'm a theoretical physicist working in string theory, so I hear a lot about being 6'2", 230 in physics. Yeah, dude, you're like me. You do not come across as not that I'm as smart as you by any fucking means. I'm not doing theoretical physics, but you're like me. You're probably smarter than people think you are. But yeah, dude, that's funny. You've got to be the most jacked scientist I've ever seen in my life. So good on you, bro. That's pretty funny, man. Stacy says, go read Kansas Post about today's actions with the police department. These lunatics are relentlessly obsessed with her. Hope she prosecutes this too far, and I support Nick and his actions. What happened? I didn't see about it. Did somebody come to her house? I wouldn't be shocked, dude. I don't know, man. Hopefully she's got good security because she is definitely a fucking target to a lot of powerful people for sure. But I didn't see her post on that yet. Again, I'm not sure the context. I'm assuming somebody probably showed up to her house. That's sketchy. You don't want to hear that. Whether it be Nick, Candace, whether it be anybody, like that's scary. Bobby says Bongina would have had to do something to be convicted of a crime. Truth be told, being useless isn't a crime. Get over yourself, Dana. This is a great point. You're right. He did nothing. He literally did jack shit other than redact Epstein files. So to Bobby's point, yeah, he thinks very highly of himself. I promise you, Dan, when Democrats take power, nobody's going to give a fuck about you, bro. You're not relevant enough for them to care. You'll be fine. You're going to be just fine. Let's see. All right. Let's keep moving here. Snarky says, Based AF, I respect how protective you are towards all SA survivors. I am. Yes, I am. Insane how many men aren't and rather hurl insults even when kids are involved. Yeah, that's what you guys know. That's a big one for me. Domestic violence, stuff like that. That's a big no-go for me. I'm very, very protective of women and children, as you guys know on the channel. So we've seen that already, right? And I don't care who you are. If you are somebody that's a woman beater, we're not going to have your back, unfortunately. All right, let's keep moving. I just flashed on you and Anna doing a scene right out of Jake G TV. I haven't seen much of his stuff. I saw him with Jake Shields the other day. That was like one of the first times I've seen his stuff. I'll have to see more of it. Sean, thank you. Will be me forever says a little something to help you with 3 times your net worth. You always speak well of Okinawa. Are you out in Oki? Well, that makes sense, brother. You got the yuan there. Look me up if you ever make it back over. Yeah, I probably won't be out there for a while. we do want to come back outside of, working there. But Okinawa was amazing. I love being in Okinawa. In Japan in general. We got to travel through Japan too while I live there. Great place. Great place, man. Oki is awesome. Still got a couple of my former teammates out there. You were born in Oki? Hell yeah. I'm assuming you're you're a military brat then, would be my guess. Chase says, I consult with the government on UFO stuff. Can't share too much, but I can discuss some things with you one day. Well, as a theoretical physicist, you better be careful, dude. First of all, Chase, your people are going missing. A lot of you guys are going missing. So maybe don't talk about that on my channel. Can't have somebody see that and be like, Chase needs to be gotten rid of, because a lot of theoretical scientists in physics and anti-gravitational matter are disappearing right now. I'm sure you guys have seen that. So you need to be careful, homie. It's a scary job right now. A lot of you guys are missing. Jen says, them telling people there's aliens with interstellar travel capabilities and no one knows what else. And then you insisting you need a ballroom with bulletproof glass. Yeah, because that'll do it. Yeah. Well, maybe that's why they need the ballroom. Maybe to stop the alien invasion that's coming that none of us know about. I don't know. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Frobro says, you hear about Kash Patel's children book? Yes, his Donald Trump children book. I have heard about that. I obviously have not read it myself, but I have heard about it. Taco says, 2/3 you write, foreign emoluments clause, Article 1 forbids officials from receiving gifts, titles, and profits from foreign states without congressional consent. The domestic emoluments clause is domestic. Okay, cool. There we go. Thank you. That was from earlier. Appreciate the explaining that. What does this say? Hold on one second, guys. Got a text. All right. Here we go. Just shave my head back on the warpath. Well, have fun with that. I might shave my head. I usually shave it for summer, but not if I'm going to get a hair transplant. Or maybe I will. I don't know. Got to figure that out. All right, guys. We made it to the end. Big show tonight. A lot of viewers tonight, which was, very cool. I think we had a pretty good show. Where are we at? 4 hours. It's about average. About our normal time frame. Okay, so again, thank you all so much. Thank you to the mods. Thanks for everybody who stuck with us. We'll have 5,000 people in here still at the end of the super chats. Fantastic. Love you guys. Love everybody. Again, we should be live Friday with the new studio if everything goes to plan, which, God, it almost never always goes to plan. But we're going to do our best that we're going to get it done. All right. So we'll be back. Regular scheduled show. Don't know what the topic's going to be yet, but we'll have to wait and see. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate you. All right. Thank you, everybody. I got to go get some dinner, and then I got to get some sleep as well, man. I'm tired for some reason today. So, all right. Love you guys. Have a fantastic night, and I will catch y'all. We'll have a couple videos out this week, and then I'll catch y'all on Friday. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.